It was me, I think. Okay, I'm done.
Was it? No, it's not coming out now, so we're fine. Okay.
I didn't know. I think they.
Recording in progress.
Is it me? It's you. It's me.
No,
Oh,
it's
it's
not.
not. Oh, so I'll just mute my.
Right. You
Okay.
both your,
Usually it asks if I want to join with audio or not.
I think it has stopped doing that.
This, I'll just, no, none. Okay, cool, thank you.
see if that works.
Connecting.
Is it that-
Okay,
Mistakes.
I think we're good.
Good, okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is the September 9th, 2024 Outdoor Dining Working Group meeting. My name is Stella Fitzgerald. I'm Vice Chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group. We have Arturo Fernandez here. We have Donna Raftery here. We have Brian Pape here. And that's enough to get quorum. Valerie De La Rosa, the chair of the working group, is on her way. She'll be here in just a minute. Donna or Arturo, would you mind putting the agenda in the chat? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I haven't even connected yet. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll be putting the agenda into the chat in just a moment. And I'm going to pull up sorry, 1 second. Okay. So we have 21 applications on the agenda tonight. All but 2 are Roadway Cafe applications. So 19 of them are,
Sidewalk.
yes. So,
Sidewalk.
right, thank you. 2 are Roadway, the rest are Sidewalk. And we will generally go in the order that's on the agenda, but we will jump around to prioritize the people who are in the room. Your applications, we don't want you, if you have application number 21, we don't want you sitting here all night. And so we will take note of who's here, and then same for the applicants who are online. If you can put in the chat what number, once the chat is in the, or once the agenda is in the chat, if you could put what number, if you could put what number you are, we will take a look and try to get you up early. But for the first few, we'll go in the order as presented. And then for each application, we will first ask for whoever from the public would like to testify. We'll ask that you raise your hand first, then we will give you a chance to speak. And then you'll go to the applicants. If you want to introduce yourself, make a statement about your application. And then the committee may have questions for you. You can respond to anything that was raised in public session, but you don't have to. And let's see what else. When we get to the end of public session, hi guys. When we get to the end of public session, we'll go into business sessions and we won't take any more public comment. And then our last item is also discussion of fiscal year 27 district needs statement and project priorities. So that will be discussed in business session.
No, it's a public hearing.
Oh, it is? Oh, you're right. Okay. Thank you. We always say it's optional for applicants to be here. It's optional to take our modifications into consideration. You'll hear us talk about modifications as we go. We are trying to find compromise where we can. Our role is just advisory. So if you hear us say something like conditional approval or conditional denial, it does not end with us. We submit recommendations to DOT. The process continues on from there. If you have a sidewalk cafe application, And if you happen to agree with our modifications, it could take 30 days off of your full timeline with DOT, because then the application would not proceed to a public hearing that's hosted by DOT. Let's see. So after the meeting, the CB2 office will send you a sheet with different modifications that we talked about tonight, and then you can send back an updated site plan if you choose. One other thing, if you're waiting for your application to be called up, especially for those on Zoom, please look at the applications that are linked on our agenda to make sure that we have the correct, most updated version, because sometimes DOT sends us plans that have been finalized a couple weeks ago, and then there are revisions since then, and we don't get those updated versions. I think that's it. Am I missing anything? Okay, cool. So maybe first, let me hear which applications you're all here for, so I can take notes.
Okay, so we have number 8.
Oh, thanks.
9, and number 19.
8, 9, 19.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And you, sir, are you here for
I'm John from GMT.
GMT? Okay.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Carter. Okay, so, okay. Thank you. It's nice.
You can just keep that.
It's appreciated.
First thing I did.
I saw. And they haven't come back.
Okay, so we can start with number 1, which is JJW Lavaux LLC, DBA de Lavaux at 630 Hudson Street for a Sidewalk Cafe application. And I believe that the applicant is on Zoom. Yeah. Christian.
And asking that everybody sign in, and then behind you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you all.
You too. I think, let's see if there's any public testimony, and then we'll go to you, Christian. We'll see if there's anyone here to speak. Is anyone raising their hand or anyone here?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Christian, would you like to introduce yourself, make a statement about your application?
Sure. So my name is Christian Fremer. I'm the general manager of the Lavaux Wine Bar in the West Village. We've been here for 5 years, and we are just trying to apply for the sidewalk outside. So I don't know if you guys have any question for me.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
You may have heard that my accent is a bit different. I'm from Switzerland, from the French side of the country.
Oh, nice. We are going to pull up your application. Sorry. Just give us 1 minute. Still settling in. Thank you.
Is it just the 2 tables?
Yes, correct. So we would like to add more tables, but we are still waiting for the approval of the basement door that we have. And whenever we will have it, we will require like more tables on the basement door.
Well, this is, yes. So this is the wrong, so the corridor that's indicated should be,
Yeah, it should be marked as a regional corridor. it's marked as neighborhood corridor, but the clearance is correct on the diagram. Where it says clear path 10 feet.
The current setup is nothing like the diagram.
Yeah.
I dropped pictures in.
So you're saying that you're hoping to be able to place tables on the basement door?
Correct. I'm looking for that basement door to be certified. And whenever that's going to be certified, I will be looking for having like more seats. However, as winter is coming so fast, I don't even know if that's going to be for that year or next year. I guess next year.
Can you say that last part one more time?
You want me to repeat?
Yeah, this is the second half of what you said.
Yes. So for now, that's going to be only 2 tables on the left side. And then whenever the basement door are going to be certified, I'm going to request to add more tables on the right side, but not for now.
Okay, right. I see that on the site plan, it says that there's 8 feet planned between the tree bed and it looks like it's supposed to be the edge of the cafe. If there are tables and chairs put on the basement door there, that clearance would have to be 10 feet.
Copy that.
Cool. So that would mean you have to adjust the dimensions a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I also see that there's a primary building entrance on both sides of the restaurant. One is 630 Hudson Street to the right, and then 632 Hudson Street to the left. And DOT requires that for primary building entrances, there needs to be at least 5 feet of clearance between the edge of the door frame and the cafe perimeter.
Yes, correct.
So is that why your table is a little bit removed in the diagram?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So could you please make a line indicating that the distance is 5 feet and then also reflect that in the 14 feet length?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess we would wait to see what happens with the other table.
I mean, the other
So,
They're waiting on basement door certification.
So I guess why did it get referred to us if that's still an outstanding item?
Because they're not currently placing.
Huh?
Not asked for it.
Oh,
Do you have any idea the timeline for that, for the basement door?
well, he just said that they haven't asked for it, so I guess what's the,
I think that's going to be for next year.
You said next year?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What's the process for amending the site plan?
They re-refer it to us. We have another one on the agenda that's been amended, but it's not in our control. They send it randomly.
but if they're granted a 4-year, I'm just trying to understand, like.
so the other thing to be aware of, there's no speakers allowed outside. There's no music allowed to be played outside.
Nope.
No, well, so there's a little black speaker that's at the base of your door every day. So maybe we don't want to have the little black speaker because you're supposed to be conforming with the rules, and that's one of the rules, is that there's no speakers outside.
Rules of SLA or rules of the dining out?
Rules of the
NYC?
dining out NYC program is that there's no speakers or amplified devices, sound producing devices outside. So we should stop hearing that on a daily basis. And then, and the other part of it is that the seating that you have out there now is pretty much the seating that you've shown in the photographs, which doesn't leave any of the clear space, not even 8 feet clear space in much of the area. And there's tables and chairs on that door now, and I believe all of that is supposed to be in compliance as we speak. So in theory, what you should have out there now, today, is 2 tables and 4 seats. And everybody on the block would be thrilled if they could get their clear path on that block.
Okay.
Well, yeah, when are you going to be in compliance?
We'll put that in effect right away.
Okay, so when I go home tonight, the speaker won't be out there.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Brian, do you have any questions or comments?
Well,
Oh, wait.
I'm looking at the site plan and I'm comparing it with photographs. And it looks like the tree pit, the tree bed is much closer to the middle of the restaurant, or maybe on the left half, but definitely close to the middle. And so that would affect the seating area quite a bit, because that tree pit is almost 4.5 feet deep from the curb. So that
And
takes a lot of
it's
space.
directly across from the hatch door.
Yeah.
Additionally, the wishing well, you're not allowed to be putting things on top of the trees. We like our trees. The trees are supposed to get light, air, and water. And so this wishing well you put on top of it is not permitted to be there.
Okay.
Oh.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you for coming. I think our main modifications would be to come into compliance with what you have here with the 2 tables. And then change the corridor designation at the top of the form, at the top of the site plan. Right now, the neighborhood corridor box is checked, but it should be regional corridor. It's just a small kind of technical thing. And then to label the primary building entrances on the sides that kind of bookend your restaurant. And then the 5-foot clearance, indicate the 5-foot clearance between the perimeter and the edge of the primary building entrance door. And then also the 8-foot clearance from the tree bed should be 10-foot clearance. Or actually, no, because, I'm sorry. You can forget that because we're not looking at this plan. Imagine that there's tables on the basement floor. Okay.
Oh, I would also note on your site plan, you show a sidewalk width of 19 feet. And I measured, well, it's just a little bit less. So I guess it's be nice to, the tree bed is really what, intrudes upon the site so much. And it would help if there was a dimension on that too, the 4 foot 5 inches.
Okay, do you have any questions for us?
Not on my side, except what has been mentioned in terms of changes. What do you need from my side?
Yeah, so we would ask that the primary building entrances to either side of your restaurant are labeled and that you have the 5-foot clearance indicated with a line there between the edge of your cafe perimeter and the edge of the door of the primary building entrance, of the residential entrance next to your establishment. And then
Primary
also,
building entrance.
sorry?
The primary building
Yeah.
entrance.
The primary building entrance. And then also there's a box at the top of the site plan that says which corridor designation are you? which controls the clearance. There's 8-foot clearance, 10-foot clearance. Right now, the neighborhood corridors box is checked, but it should be the regional corridor box. I think that's it.
Is there more, Tara?
Are we?
I mean, I just was gonna put to the direction to add the primary building entrance, but it's so it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, remind me your name?
John,
John.
GMT.
Yep, that's up next if you want to come take a seat.
Is there anybody here from the public for GMT that wants to speak on this? If so, raise your hand. Anybody?
Would you like to make a, introduce yourself?
I'm
or-
John Keogh from GMT, been in the neighborhood for 15 years. And I'm always here to work with the community board too.
Thank you.
You were here, what, a couple months ago,
I was.
and that was for the roadway.
Mhm.
Anna had mentioned the TV.
That night.
That was the main.
Yeah, it's like I wasn't aware of the rules, so I went ahead and just come out. And, I'm good at some things, but I covered the TVs, but they were never in use again. And then I got the handyman to take them out. I'll end up breaking shit.
Do we know why it took so long to get this, like over a year?
Sidewalks, they haven't been.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Why it took like over a year for us to get this?
Yeah, it says that this application was submitted last August.
I don't think it's on the applicant.
Well, I'm asking us, do we know?
I applied at the same time and everything was open back up. And I've always had a sidewalk cafe since I took the lease over there.
So DOT
That may have been why.
doesn't send a little handwritten note as to why we received this win, so.
It may have been because it's allowed to have been there.
Right.
And it had
Then
been there
the
before, so it wasn't a
sidewalks.
priority.
Okay.
Whereas the roadways had never been there, so in order for those to exist, they had to issue the new license, and anybody who applied, they're allowed to operate until it's reviewed, so.
I had one note about the seating on Bleecker Street.
Okay.
So I see that you have the Siamese connection
Mhm.
marked and labeled, and it, DOT asked that there's the 5-foot radius.
That was my lack of training for the people who set up. There is room there, and I made the adjustment. So it's
Okay, so currently it's like this.
currently it's like you have the 5 feet radius.
Right.
It's just that they were setting up incorrectly. So I had to go show them, train
Sure,
them every
sure.
day when you set up, because I take it down every night.
Right.
So like at night time, the tables are gone.
Yeah.
So in the morning time, I went there and showed the guys who set up, this is how I actually made markers on the
Yeah.
wall so they know where to set it up.
That's great. I see that there's another Siamese connection here though. Even though, right here,
There's only one on that side. They might have taken that away.
I wish we could see from here. I mean, at least,
Yeah, this is the only one.
right, I mean, at least
And that
on
is-
Google Maps, there was one
Oh, okay,
here, and it is shown on your site plan, it's just not labeled.
okay.
But
I
that one
believe
would
it's past,
also
I
require,
believe it's past my,
right, it is passed,
okay,
but
so
it would
the
still,
back of the chair is 3 feet away from there.
and it would need to be 5 feet.
Okay, I'll have a look at it again. I didn't even know there was, it's not even labeled that Siamese.
Yeah, I know, but it,
That's on the
It's just
building
right
next
here.
door.
yeah, I mean, but it wouldn't just need to be the back of the chair, even the perimeter counts as
Okay.
within 5 feet, so I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what
Okay, I see what
it
you
will look like here when you have
Mhm.
both 5 feet marked. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to have it.
Sure, okay, I'll
Um,
have a look at it.
Yeah. I think that was
Well,
my only comment.
possibly, I think the way the wording is, can't have any obstructions within 5 feet of Siamese. But if you part of the partition, the barrier, have one at each table, but not
Yes.
opposite of Siamese.
Wait, say it again?
Yeah, I think you can have a path that crosses in front of the Siamese, but
Right.
not the tables and chairs, so that,
Yeah, I was just looking at this one here. There's a sign.
there's
a
another
second
one over there?
Yeah,
oh,
it's
okay.
just not labeled.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I think that was my only thought.
I'll have a look at it. I never noticed that Siamese there, to be honest with you. It's not my building.
Yeah.
and I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So it's marked at the top, that's a C2 regional corridor, 10-foot clear path.
Okay,
And I noticed that's what you have marked on Bleecker Street for your clearance. But over on LaGuardia Place, it's marked as an 8-foot clear
okay.
path. And I'm wondering what happened to the 10-foot, or what, do we know which one applies?
Bleecker is the regional and LaGuardia is the neighborhood.
So it is 8 foot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
8 foot.
Okay. So what I dimensioned out there with the setup at the corner, I have a measurement of only 4 feet, 1 inch between this great big box on the light pole, and it's right at.
On the corner of my, corner of my railings.
Can't avoid it.
Okay,
Yeah, right at the corner.
yeah.
So that, and the cafe setup is 8 feet, 2 inches, or that's clear walkway, but not at the light pole.
Okay.
You're not really conforming to your diagram.
Okay,
Your tables and chairs come even past the corner where the front door is. And that's why it gets so close to the light.
okay.
So,
I'll just push it down.
yeah, just have to start that barrier.
It's more about, because I know, it's more about me training the guys to set it right. They're just taking the easy way, get it together. I'll take care of that.
And that was this afternoon, wasn't anybody sitting
Yeah, sure.
there, they're just, but they were setting up. Okay, I think let's go ahead.
Anybody else? Thanks.
That's it?
Do you have any questions?
I don't.
Thanks.
Good.
Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, the TVs.
No problem.
We're still going in order.
Yeah, number 3, the applicant is on
Robert's here, so I'll pull them up.
I think Robert only has 2. Do we want to,
Yes.
so we'll go 3 and then 21.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. If there's anybody here from the public on Naughty Gull doing business as the Clam at 420 Hudson Street, raise your hand. See anybody?
No hands raised.
No hands raised.
Anyone have any?
Naughty Gull, the Clam?
I guess
Sorry?
the
No. It's okay, Robert, that was internal.
Okay, no problem.
Robert, just to confirm, there's no cafe proposed on Leroy Street, right?
No,
Okay.
no, it's only gonna be on Hudson Street.
You see the Roadway for this? I think so.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, we.
It was on Leroy.
Brian, did you have any?
No, that's been set up like they show in the diagram. I would say pretty much. I didn't verify every dimension, but it seems like that's been in place for quite a while, all season.
I didn't have any comments. Okay,
I would say, well, this is one of those places where the planters as barriers are pretty effective barriers, very dense and lovely.
okay, I don't think we have any comments, so, you have number
Here when
2.
our clients are actually doing the correct thing, so it's good. Good to hear.
You have number 21 also.
Yes,
Okay, let's go to 21.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody here from the public for 51 Merchants LLC doing business as Via Carota, 51 Grove Street for the roadway? Seeing nobody.
Robert, how did this one come back to us, or what?
Not 100% sure. This
Yes.
could, she does have one that's 51 merchant and 50 merchant. Maybe that's just a little confusion there. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, we saw this one in February, and at the time, Michael came, and we
Okay,
were confused about, I think the original application had 8-foot wide roadway cafes, and we were confused about how that could be, because there was also an FDNY waiver on this street. And so he said that he had spoke with DOT about going down to 6.5, and they were going to split the lawn cafe that was like 40 feet into 2. And so now that's happened, and we're back.
maybe that's why we're back then, just to show that that's the new plans are fixed to make everything in accommodation.
Right, and now the cafe width is only 4.5 feet.
Kind of tight.
Robert, I would just like you to take back to your client that at this restaurant and in all the other restaurants that they manage, they are yet to comply with the sidewalk rules. And so
So I was talking to Michael about that.
creating a real problem. So if they're encroaching on the sidewalk too much, as they are now and always have, no barriers whatsoever. And then they're going to put a roadway piece in there, and it's going to get crowded with servers and people hanging out and walking back and forth. I think it's going to create a real continuing problem there.
Robert, as you know, this establishment and its other entities, it's a leader in the community. Other operators look to this applicant, and they take notes from what they're doing. I really, to what Brian's point is, these are very high traffic, high profile operators that other establishment look to and take a note from. And they really have a leadership role in how this program plays out in our neighborhood. I just offer that take back.
So I actually was speaking to Michael about that because I remember the last application I was here for them. You guys kind of said the same thing, and I remembered that. And Michael agrees and said that he's actually going to be going down to meet with Jody in person one of these days to show her everything and get this resolved for the community and all her places, so we don't have these issues anymore.
Okay.
So, Robert, I'm just curious for this roadway.
Are we here for the roadway or sidewalk?
Are you here for the roadway?
This is roadway.
It is for the
Oh,
roadway.
this one's roadway?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But you were making the point about the sidewalk.
Yeah, I was just looking at the sidewalk plan. My apologies.
Okay.
So for the roadway, it's 4.5 feet, and you've got the tables. I don't know how large these tables are, but I don't know how people are going to get into the corner tables where there's the 3 tables across, like on the left side. I don't know how this table, I have never seen a 6-top on an angle. How are people maneuvering into this? It seems a little like just seems like it's in practicality, it doesn't work in some of these areas.
So I see what you're talking about. All right, you think if we talk to them, maybe like a 4-top?
Well,
And why is that important for the
also,
liquor license, right?
well, it's important for everything. I mean, if you're operating and showing a diagram, because basically the DOT rules also say tables and chairs should be there, and we have tables and chairs. So if you're putting something in, it should actually work. It can't just be a creative drawing. So I don't understand, if you're looking at the middle block and the far right 2-top table, first of all, how is the customer getting to it? Second of all, is the server just passing everything down, assuming this is just one group? Because there's no way, it's really a 6-top table. There's no way to serve these tables individually. There's no room for a server to go, right? And then the 6th one on the angle, I don't know how anybody gets into. And then the same problem with the tables on the far left. I have the same thing with the 6 2-tops. How is anybody serving, accessing, unless that's really supposed to be for groups of 6? At one table, groups of 6 in theory.
I can talk to Michael and the client about that one. Because I see what you're talking about and what you mean.
Right.
It's also with the layout, with tables of that size, it's very difficult to serve the tables from within structure. I mean, 4 tops, okay, yeah, that's reasonable, but 6 is a long reach.
Yeah.
I see what you mean with that.
And they have to serve from within. To Valerie's point, they're a leader in the community. We need
They
them
really are.
setting an
Yes.
example for everybody else, otherwise everybody else is, and they've got 3 restaurants there.
I agree with you on that one. I could see where you're coming from and why the concern. And looking at it myself, I'm not 100% sure why they went with the 6-top. I don't know if it was just the person doing the plans just trying to get more seating in there, what the exact thought process was, but I can definitely find out about that one so we can get that concern fixed.
So this does not exist yet, correct? But there was roadway before? Am I correct? Or
That's correct.
Yes, I believe you are correct. There was roadway at one point, but we don't have it anymore.
Because I also think that you might, I mean, this is the plan we have, but the plan has to stand, right? Because it's the same plan, has to roll up to be submitted to other agencies, with respect to the table layout. But is this actually viable? Is the question. And as such, I think that you may want to work with the client to have a seating plan that 4 feet 6 inches, if that's to the outside of the barrier on the roadway, you start, and then you've got the angled ramp, right? So the actual platform area for the table and chair is a little smaller. So is this a realistic layout? If it was going perpendicular to the building line and it's 4 feet of usable space, that seems to be a more realistic seating arrangement because the tables are 2 feet wide. But this is difficult to understand how you can have 2 chairs facing each other and a table in the middle within the space that's left if the outside of the barrier is 4 feet 6 inches from the curb, because if you take off 3 or 4 inches, on both sides, it's 4 feet is, doesn't seem like it's enough. I mean, this is more just to have a realistic diagram.
Yeah, have a little more realistic view on it.
I mean, just whatever it's going to be. I mean, they can tape this right out on the sidewalk, right, and figure out what works or doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, what you mean by that. And I'll talk to Michael and so we can talk to Jody about it and see what we can do and best options.
To have them facing each other, I mean, you're talking about a table width of like a foot, right? To be able to.
Yeah.
I mean, which if you're eating in a fine dining establishment, a foot shared between two people doesn't seem like enough space to put all your stuff, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, unless you have small plates, but yeah, no, we can talk to them about that and try and amend this better. Make it so everything can fit and it can be more.
It's obvious that
more of a logical seating plan.
Yeah, it's obvious that obviously once the roadbed is built, physically built, you can't, it's obvious when you're outside of it. But it doesn't seem like this sets up a very good expectation of what can be done versus what actually fits there. And I guess that's just the challenge, because then you have the disappointment, then people try to cram more stuff in, then, you know, the rules start being challenged to say, oh, we got approved for this. But it just seems like it's a challenge to fit this.
Like I said, I understand everybody's concerns with this one. I see it too. I don't know why the table is diagonal. I personally wouldn't agree with it either. But I will definitely bring this up to Michael, so when he goes to talk to her, he can explain everything and we could get all this solved.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Robert.
All right. Well, thank you. Everybody have a great night.
Thanks, Robert.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So when you
Augustine, did you we're gonna reopen the hearing on Lavaux. JJW Lavaux, whatever. Augustine, I'll promote you because I think you wanted to say something about that one. Susan Ginsburg.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you must have asked for people's comments at the beginning, not at the end. I misunderstood. It was just very simple to say that these guys have not been in compliance since November the 1st, 2024. As of tonight, they're still not in compliance. And on top of all the other things that you mentioned, they have a sandwich board in the amenity zone, which isn't allowed. I don't know how one would do it, but it would be great if they could not get approval until they've come into compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now, maybe now we should jump to applicants in the room. Yeah? Okay, so let's jump to number 8, French Roast Inc., DBA La Contenta Oeste, if I'm saying that right? Yeah. At 78 West 11th Street for Sidewalk.
Yes.
And you were here a few months ago.
Yeah, I
for
was
Roadway.
here for 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh,
The whole
man.
trip, right? So yeah, so my name is Luis. I start.
Yeah.
My name is Luis Tarzamota. I'm chef and owner of La Contenta Oeste or French Roast. Been open since 93, back in 93. I'm applying for the Sidewalk. And just to remind, the Sidewalk has been there since 93. French Roast open.
Cool, thank you. Is there anyone who wants to speak on number 8?
78 West 11th. Right. Is there anybody here from the public on this one?
Yeah.
Number- Okay.
Shall I go start?
Yeah.
Yes, all right. I'm Leslie Clark with West Village Residents. I sent in a note with photographs on this one. I have to say, they are so much better now than they were during the temporary program, where they had these really dreadful sort of plastic boxes on the sidewalk and awful and a really bad decaying roadway shed. However, what they have now is not quite right either. And I sent in photographs of it, which is it's in a corner of 6th Avenue and West 11th Street. And as a server and by the way, there are barriers around the Sidewalk Cafe tables and chairs. However, as a server exits the door onto the first thing they would see on the left is a big sandwich board giving the menu, and the first thing they run into on the right is a busing station, right? So it would be impossible for the wait staff to go directly to the tables within the barrier. These two obstacles, the sandwich board on one side, which I sent a photograph of with a menu, and the other side, the busing station, actually are obstacles to a wait staff. So they're forced to walk outside the barriers to serve. If those two obstacles were gone, wait staff coming out of the front door would be able to walk directly to the tables within the barriers. And like I say, they're so much better than they were, and this would be a small thing that would be really helpful to those of us who pedestrians who use the sidewalk, to remove these obstacles. The busing station, I'm not even sure you're allowed to have that. And this board with the menu, which theoretically is on the tables. So other than that, I would like to say that their improvements have been great. So thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you.
I just want to say for anybody who's here, the busing stations are not allowed to be out there. People don't seem to know that, but the Department of Health, you may not process food or store food utensils or food equipment in the outdoor dining setup. And utensil means any tableware such as knives, forks, spoons, glasses, cups, dishes, and the like, and kitchenware implements or containers used for storage, preparation, transfer, conveyance, or service of food. I'm not saying so many people are doing it, so I just thought it was worth just saying that, because I don't know that people are aware of it.
Get a violation.
Yeah, and I don't, it's not completely, it's not spelled out exactly.
Is that a health violation?
That's a health violation. But that's the Department of Health operating a restaurant outdoor dining. So it's under Department of Health's information there, and it is on their website.
So that's on their website, but that's not on the Dining Out NYC website?
No, the Dining Out NYC website just says that the interior of a sidewalk cafe, other than enclosed sidewalk cafe, must consist solely of lightweight and easily movable tables, chairs, and decorative accessories. So they don't.
Somebody had brought to us some customized plan where they had built in to the outdoor dining, some of these functions, but it's not allowed under DOH. So if you're getting DOH violations, I'm sure most businesses don't want to get those.
Yeah.
So it's the storage of the silverware, all the stuff you use to eat.
No, I agree.
Outside, so.
Yes, yeah, we have a box, yeah, with that one.
They don't seem to have any other guidance if it's covered or if it's just not allowed.
What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna request it and see it, I'm gonna contact it directly just to see it, what is the protocol for that.
I don't know if anybody mentioned the principal building entrance. You have it on your plan. We'd just like to see the 5-foot dimension of clearance on the far left side there.
You're talking about
11th.
on 11th Street?
Yes.
And 11th Street.
So it's actually drawn in a way that may be.
Well, wait, your plan looks different from ours.
No, because it's different. It was modified to make it bigger. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
yeah, this is the,
That's older.
yes.
Okay.
It's modified, yeah, but it is the one I do myself. I like to do myself.
I remember that. I
I
distinctly
learned-
remember that.
Yeah, I learn better for myself. Yeah, and so that they did it through computer. Yeah, AI.
Okay, so yeah, Brian was talking about this gap right here should be 5 feet between the edge of
Okay,
that
let me
building.
yeah, okay, yeah,
And
that's,
then the-
I'm not sure, yeah, about 5 feet. Okay, that's no problem.
And then you would mark it S22,
Okay.
that box. Also on 11th Street, when you're done writing.
No, it's okay. I got it.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry, yes,
No, don't worry.
because sometimes after I write it down and also it doesn't make sense. Now I put it there, all information, all right.
Also on 11th Street, this 8 feet should be not just diagonal, but it should also be 8 feet directly here. Like a whole radius around the tree bed should be 8 feet.
Oh, because what they gonna, they plan it, they're gonna improve it, they're gonna change it. So I don't know if they're gonna, how, I have the plan actually. It's something like we have a meeting for the 16th. They're gonna improve it, they're gonna do a new.
A new tree?
No, I don't think that the 3-year-old, but the bed, they're gonna change it, they're gonna do the whole thing. But would you say like, it have to be the 8 from what, from the middle? Or
From
way?
the edge of the
from
tree
the
bed,
edge,
yeah.
like
So
a-
you
like
have the
around.
8 feet here, but it also needs to be 8 feet.
So that means like I
Here,
have to
so-
reduce it, right?
I don't know
Yeah,
off the top of my head, but
yeah,
you have
like,
to check it out.
I gotta, yeah, okay, yeah, it's gonna be like a smaller table, like a for two only, and instead of the, yeah. Actually, it's supposed to be like 8, because I used to have it with 4, but with a new measurement, I will
So
reduce
it
it
might
to
not
2.
affect the tables, but it would affect the perimeter.
The
at this
pyramid, so we
end.
have to, yeah,
And then similar on 6th Avenue,
okay, yeah, let me
Yeah,
just put like
right.
about the 8 feet, 8 feet from the. Okay. Yes. So for this one, you want me just to put it in the 8 feet?
yeah, show the 8 feet and how it will affect the cafe
Oh, yeah,
at that end.
it's gonna be kind of narrow. Yeah. Mm,
And then similar on 6th Avenue. So this is a different corridor designation. It requires
It's 10
10 feet
feet.
clear path. So from the hydrant here, this 10 feet would have to be all the way around. So here, this would have to be 10 feet also. So this, this bump out would have to be a little further south.
Yeah, no, it's true, but I don't remember, I think it's no modification or something like, it have to, now did you say so, right? It have to be
Yeah, I
10
mean,
feet. I
if
don't know even
The,
why I
it
did
is a
that.
little
8 feet.
weird, like if it were over here and your cafe is not directly across from it, then it would be 8 feet. You don't have to have 10 feet if it were over here, but because it's directly
Mm.
there, it would need to be 10 feet all the
Oh,
way
that's,
around.
that's why I couldn't,
Yeah,
I didn't
They are
understand.
weirdly particular about that.
Mm.
So like this lamppost, technically, you only would need 8 feet here. But it doesn't really matter because
Yeah,
this
it's
takes
a- it's a-
priority. Because the fire hydrant limits you more.
I hear, I don't know if there's something like it's gonna happen, but I think they're gonna, because of the new regulation, they're supposed to modify a little bit just to make it easy for, for us,
I
like,
don't know.
like back in, since 93, we always have,
That's the difference in the clear.
yeah, but
Yeah.
now after COVID,
Yeah,
they changed
we
with the new
don't-
regulations.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any plans for them to change the rules again.
Yeah, because nobody was, agree with the new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But sometimes you have to do it for now, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
the law,
you
the
have
law is the
a
law.
bump out here that would need to be tucked in a little bit more.
Okay.
I think that's my only note.
Yes. Jesus.
Okay.
I don't even know if that's gonna be working now. Right? Yeah. Well. Yeah,
That's it for me.
that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing
Oh,
else?
one other question. I think we talked about it last time, that this bike rack was removed, right?
No, well, it was removed, but it's back over there with another
Oh, they
bicycle.
put it back.
But yeah, it's now like a
Okay.
2 bicycle.
Okay, then we would need that to be shown here as
Oh,
well.
okay.
And then that would be the same 8 feet thing.
Oh,
But
really?
you have, I don't think that will be a problem because you have the fire hydrant.
Yeah,
here,
no, it's,
but
there's the fire, the lamp
Yeah,
post,
right.
basically we have the.
But if you could mark it here, just so that it's
We
there.
have to mark.
Yeah,
It's a lot
it
of,
looks like it was here and then it was taken away and I guess now it's back.
they did some work, but they put it back. Like I say, they even, the guard from the tree is also was removed because it was an accident. So they went, a car, destroyed, so they have to remove it.
Oh,
We
that's why
use
they're gonna redo it.
yeah, so I think it was an accident. But I mean, it's back, it's there, it's,
Okay.
yeah, they use it now. But because we have a scaffold, there's a scaffold, so you don't notice, yeah. Okay, mark out.
I think that's all we have.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, let's see what happened now. Okay, thank you very much, so I'm done, right?
Yep, you,
Okay,
thank you.
See you. Thank you. Bye.
That was number 8. So closing public hearing on number 8. Number 9, Bureka LLC, DBA Buba Bureka. I'm sorry, I'm probably pronouncing it
No, you did great.
very wrong.
You were Bureka.
Okay, 193 Bleecker Street.
Is anybody here from the public on Bureka LLC doing business as Buba Bureka at 193 Bleecker Street? If so, please raise your hand now. I see no one.
Okay. You want to introduce yourselves?
I'm Lawrence Jones, his architect.
I'm Chris Olashansky, co-founder of Buba Bureka. And I'm very happy to be here and meeting you guys.
Yeah, you're a hard thing to get. A good thing, right?
It's,
You know,
it runs out fast.
Yeah.
But now we're making a lot more. So we make it all the way to 2:30 in the afternoon now.
Okay. I don't think about it until like 2 o'clock and then it's.
The first time I went there, it was done by 11. I'm like,
Oh, wow.
It's a business I want to be in because I go to the beach afterwards.
Yeah. And,
Right.
there was this is for
Roadway.
Yeah, and there was a roadway there prior for the establishment that was there prior.
Prior establishment.
Yeah, the prior establishment, correct.
Did the business next door to you close recently? Or no? The place?
That's across the street from us.
That's across.
Pizza, yeah.
Is Crumble?
Other side.
Crumble is our neighbor.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That has a place.
No, when I was just looked at stuff on Google Maps, it was on the other side of the street.
Yeah, I know. It swings around. And then I remember you have the manhole. And this, did DOT talk to you about a roadway waiver, an FNY waiver?
No,
Probably
they
not,
said,
yeah.
no, all they said was that initially they had some concern that it couldn't be 7.5 feet, it had to be 6.5. But then Sarah Wassim wrote me back and said that she was mistaken and that it could in fact be 7 feet and 6 inches.
Is this right what we have? Because we only have the 6.5.
She said that I should bring it up at this meeting and we have a new drawing. But the only change is just that
Okay.
6.5
Right,
to
it's
7.
12'4" wide.
Right, yeah, I didn't think that this needed a waiver. The roadway is 31 feet across, minus a 6.5, minus 8 parking across the street is a 16.5 travel lane, which the waiver is only required if it's 15 or if it's less than 15. So then this would be 15.5 travel lane. So I guess
That I think was the,
it doesn't need a, it can go to 7.5 and doesn't need a waiver. It can go to 8.
So just for clarification, so it basically is up to whatever, was it this, the few inches that are required from the thermoplastic marking?
There are thermoplastic marking there?
Like,
Okay,
so whatever that
Yeah.
distance would be
that makes sense then.
the requirement,
Oh.
so
So it has
unless that were larger than.
8. Yeah. Yeah, what Carter was saying is that this line here, it's a little faded.
Mhm.
But this line, you have to just be 6 inches
Mhm.
away. So whatever, I guess that's 7.5.
7.5.
And then you add that to the design, the thermoplastic marking and the buffer.
The site plan, right?
One other thing.
Did you send us that change?
No, because I think people wanted to bring it up if it was possible
Right,
at this meeting.
right, we didn't want to.
Well, I see you have the drawing.
Yeah,
Right,
So do we get a copy?
yeah, we'll ask for a copy. Yeah. But it didn't send it, didn't make sense to send it ahead of time with no context.
And I had one other question. It says high table and stools
Mhm.
and then counter. Can you explain, like, is everything a stool and a high counter?
Yeah, it's stools, just high, like, one of these.
it's a counter height, so it's 36 stools underneath. All the furniture goes in at night.
Okay.
So there's no waiter service. So, so people will buy their product, bring it out. So what they will have is someone dedicated to taking every, as soon as they're done.
Order.
Yeah, yes.
Because of that, and also because of crumble, which is like trash
Yes.
constantly. We're cleaning up, so
We're constantly cleaning up crumble, crumbs.
Right,
There it comes.
and boxes and boxes.
Boxes and crumbs.
I just want to make sure that this will still be ADA accessible, even though you're
Yes.
going to have high tables.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
Is it accessible through a low table height?
Yes,
So there
Well,
will,
they're high table stools, what?
34 inches.
which is, I don't know that.
Because that's a counter height and like an ADA counter height.
Okay.
What is the count height, 34 inches?
34 inches high.
That's ADA.
They actually make dishwashers now that go under. They make appliances that go under. I have a lot of ADA experience. Years ago, we worked at the Justice Department.
Oh, nice.
A lot of our clients who were very accessible.
Cool. Good to
So
know.
I always have to explain to everyone, they think it's a
Timely
building.
conversation.
Yeah,
And I go, no, it's a civil rights act.
right.
It's not a building.
Yeah.
Because they go, oh, I can get away with this. It's like, really?
Right. Okay, well, cool. That was. those were my
Ongoing
questions.
debates about that,
Yes.
about different aspects of
Yeah.
ADA.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Anybody else?
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So if you want to send that new plan.
Yeah, I'll have,
Perfect.
Great.
Well, thanks a lot. Thank you.
And I responded to that CB2
Yeah.
email, right? Okay. One that I got the notification from.
Yes.
Florence. I think it's Florence.
Oh,
Yeah.
Florence. Is she in the room with us?
No.
No.
She's always within the room now.
Yes.
Presence right there.
Come in, before we started the meeting. She was over.
I felt
That's why- Okay, there you go.
Closing the public session on Bureka. Who else do we have in the room? Number 19? Are you here for 19 Cafe Palermo? Yeah, cool. Are you here for an application or to testify? Okay. Cool. We'll come to you.
I didn't even see you over there. Hi.
Okay, so this is Roadway Race Incorporated.
Yes.
CBA Cafe Palermo, 148 Mulberry Street, number 19. Is there anyone who would like to testify on number 19?
No one?
You want to introduce, I mean, we know who you are. But just-
Okay,
For the
Gina
record.
Escalante from SWA Architecture representing Cafe Palermo. We're applying for 3 tables on the sidewalk since they don't have much space. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, I guess the biggest and kind of only issue to talk about here is just that it's only 2 feet, 2 inches
Yeah,
wide. And we've been.
It's gonna be tight.
Yes. And also ADA requirements are that there's an accessible route of 36 inches. But you can't have 36 inches here and also have the 10-foot regional corridor clear pass.
It's the same problem we have on every single restaurant on Mulberry Street. It used to be an 8-foot clearance, now it's 10. So
Yeah.
bingo, I mean, it's with everybody the same. The exception, I guess it's worth talking about. You have French doors.
So can't, the bottom line is that it's not the service, it's the wheelchair cannot fit in
Cannot
that
fit in that
space.
space.
And without impeding on the clear path, so then it leaves the clear path and you can't put the demarcation back up because.
It's gonna obstruct.
Because it's too long, yeah, it's not wide.
And what happens if the restaurants apply for the roadway so they can put the ADA on the roadway and they can keep the sidewalk?
Yeah, I mean, I've called the ADA info line, like they have the Department of Justice has a line that you can call. And I asked them about that, like if one cafe can adhere to the requirements and in place of both, but they said they each count as different sites. Like each cafe has its own distinct ADA requirements.
Okay.
They need to be in compliance.
But if you had, not in this instance, but if you had an ADA compliant sidewalk around the corner, so one of your sidewalk setups was ADA compliant, then both setups don't have to be. But.
Which I think you've had applications like that where we.
No, one has to be.
No, both, the sidewalk is still one setup, even if it's an angle.
Right.
Like you're saying
No.
both setups like it's a sidewalk roadway. But if you are in a corner location where one side complies, that apparently meets the requirements.
Right.
But it doesn't invalidate the need for the ADA accessibility of the roadway.
Right.
Because they're both considered separate areas, separate licenses.
Okay.
Because that's what Stella was led to believe.
And
I think the license.
because the licenses are separate, everything is separate, the experience is separate, may not be.
And our understanding is that nobody from the city is conferred.
Yeah, because the OT says that.
But if you ask them who they conferred with, otherwise it's on your client. And they, just like all the other ADA lawsuits, because the city has not clarified that.
Right.
And we're not able to get that. And presumably, they should be conferring with all the agencies responsible for oversight, which would include the federal government on a citywide code. But if you ask them that question, they won't be able to provide you with an answer that says that's okay, and that puts your clients at risk for any of those accessibility lawsuits, which is a bit unconscionable in my opinion, but that's the burden that always falls onto the business owner. And it's not coming from the city researching.
Speaking of theoreticals, in the pictures, the photos submitted with the application clearly shows there's a roadbed seating. as well as sidewalk seating, diagonal tables, all, floor tops and all the rest. Have they applied, or are they going to install a roadway?
Well, they haven't applied, but probably if they cannot have the sidewalk, they're gonna have to.
Yeah, I think on Mulberry, that's more feasible for them. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty much it. Straightforward. It's the same thing as every other place on Mulberry, virtually.
Do you have another one tonight? Or is that?
No, it's the only one.
Nice to see you.
Same.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait. Norma Cote has her hand up, so I've allowed her to speak. She didn't want to be promoted. I don't know. Norma, is it about this?
Norma? Unmute?
You need to unmute yourself, Norma, but do you want to speak on this application?
Excuse me. No, I raised my hand at the wrong time. I should lower it.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we said we would do number 11.
Yes.
San Camino. CBA San Camino, 494 Hudson Street for a sidewalk.
Correct, yes.
Did you sign
I
in?
did sign in, yeah. This one right here.
Okay. Go ahead and introduce yourself for the recording.
My name is Leonardo Scarpone. I own San Camino Sandwich Shop for 25 years now on Hudson Street, Christopher. And next to PS3, the little sandwich shop. But yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly how to have our tables and chairs as compliant as possible.
What do you say? Oh.
Is that all?
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's
see what comments come up.
Oh.
No hands raised?
No hand.
Public comment?
Is anyone here for San Camino, 494 Hudson Street? If you are, please raise your hand. Now. No one.
Okay. Well,
Did you want to
I
start?
can start my comments. You're probably aware that no seating is allowed on platforms because they're not ADA accessible. And so that's where, that's what you have in front of your store.
Right. I mean,
I know it's a permanent, right, it's a permanent part of the sidewalk, you might say, but the rules are very clear that no seating is allowed on raised platforms. It has to be on the same level as the sidewalk.
Has DOT mentioned this at all?
No, nothing has been mentioned about that. I mean, we've submitted the drawings. I wasn't aware of it, actually. We have one that's lower and then the other three are raised on that raised pavement. I don't know how else to situate it.
No, I know.
This has come up a number of times because this is a characteristic of many of our older neighborhoods. I don't know why they built that platform like that. I've yet to.
Oftentimes without permits.
I mean, that whole round the corner from you on Christopher Street, the whole block is practically up on a raised platform like that. So,
Well, the entrance is up, no? I mean, the entrance is met at the platform, so that's
Yeah, I mean, do you have like a ramp that you pull out?
I do, yeah. I do have a ramp.
Oh, is that this little blue sticker on the door?
Yeah.
That little ramp there.
These are the ramps that's what to get to the
Oh,
shop,
okay.
but that's.
And so 5 feet is the length of the platform?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah,
And is that table on the right side supposed to be off the platform or on the platform?
are all of these on the
It's off the platform, that
This
that one
platform?
is off,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Bench used to be.
It's like right here?
Yeah, correct. There's
Okay.
one that fits right
Let
there.
me pull up the address. Oh, I see it here. Yeah, I mean, that's a little tough as well, just because technically you can't have a sidewalk cafe extend beyond, so it would have to stop here, it can't extend beyond your storefront. So like it couldn't be, I don't know if you're still operating it like this, but technically it couldn't be in front of.
That's funny, because yeah, if I had something, well, it would be a small table if I was. able
Yeah,
to
and
do
you
it there,
also
'cause
need
it's-
the perimeter here, and it looks like there's a little gate there.
Right, that
so-
can't be removed because of, I mean, it's landmarked in
Yeah.
there as well, probably. So those raised pavements cannot fully be permitted for sidewalk.
We'll say that the sidewalk cafe has to be at the same grade as the sidewalk.
Yeah, I mean, it says.
So benches would be the, I mean, it's not like so many people use it anyway. Would benches be okay, or is that?
That's a separate.
That's a separate revocable
So-
consent, but it is a revocable consent of sort, but yeah, it's, this is a tough one, because it's, I know the vibrancy that adds
Yeah.
to people, so it's really tough. Yeah.
We have all the exceptions within our community
Yeah.
of what the intentions are, because we have so many, we see them, so we see this in a number of cases.
School, people are sitting, kids coming, like, I get it, I see it, it adds a real vibrancy.
Is that one of the places that no roadway seating would be allowed?
I never looked into it. I mean, even during COVID, I never,
Yeah, you never, yeah.
no, for some reason, I was always sort of against those. It just looked like they were dirt. I don't know. It didn't go with my philosophy, but
Yeah.
maybe I should. I mean, it is right next to a school. Is there any restrictions?
I don't
to that,
know what
or-
the sign.
No, I don't know what the sign, I'm trying to
I
see
think
what the
it's
signs
school
are.
It says authorized vehicles only.
Yeah.
I don't know why that extends into our property.
Yeah, that
That's
doesn't make
interesting. It's
sense,
like,
actually. It doesn't make
and
sense.
teachers don't really drive in anymore. They're empty spots, but, I guess there's so many city agencies that still have those.
Well, we're sympathetic. We understand that
I've
the
thought
city
of
has
it,
allowed
yeah.
you to go ahead and put money into this application
Yeah.
and your time, of course, and all that. When in fact, it's as plain as the nose on our face. It's something that's not even a question with us.
Does it right?
So I just.
We're just
that's
one
why
part of
I-
the process, like it's not, and it's nothing, it's just of what way we just need to
Right.
apply the.
There's no way to make it like it's.
Again, it's still, it doesn't, we're advisory, so it'll
Right.
continue going through the process and then it'll see where it goes.
Well, you're asking the question, there's no way to make it feasible. We don't know how that platform is constructed. We don't know what's underneath it. We don't know what the land, I guess it's the land will.
It's a landmark building as well. So,
Well, but that platform would not, well, I'm speaking from my experience and not speaking for the city. Removing a platform on the sidewalk would not be considered a historic element. We certainly dealt with the diamond plate and the glass sidewalk paving because you're actually lighting the cellar underneath it. But in this case, it's just, well, I don't know what it is underneath it. But it's certainly worth exploring because it's an obstacle for you.
So where do I go from here? I mean, they did charge us for this.
I know, that's right.
No, I don't, that's what we're saying, that they've allowed you to put money into
Yeah.
it. It's, and, you know,
All right,
I mean, we don't know how they will.
I don't know how this will turn out. Like I said, we're just one part of it.
Yeah.
So, and it's not anything obviously personal. Like I said, I see the vibrancy that it adds. It's just what they've made the rules. And
Yeah, and they didn't make any exceptions
they
in
make
the
any
rules.
exceptions in certain districts. Yeah.
Don't give up yet.
Yeah.
But explore all the possibilities that you can.
Yeah.
Not only with your landlord, but with DOT.
Well, I've only spoken to twice in 25 years. Yeah, I will. All right, this is my first community board meeting, so this is great. This was.
Hi. I wasn't more, you're.
Yeah, no,
Lovely to have.
They didn't tell you about the hazing?
It's after hours. All right. Thank you all. Okay.
Thank you.
So you'll get something from us of these notes. Have a record of it.
Just so you know, if you want to keep exploring, the bench revocable consent is not so easy to find, but it does exist. Just putting that out there. No, it's a totally different
program.
And because you don't have any alcohol service or anything else attached to this, it's much less complicated. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know what the requirements are for that, but I don't believe that is a rule about the platform. So it's just so, but again, this is totally separate program. It's nothing to.
And you might be able to fit a small roadway cafe.
Yeah, I'll look into that as well. I mean, I've seen those around, those smaller ones that are popped up. Maybe I'll change my mind on it.
Bye. Good night. Okay. Where do we want to go from here?
I think number 12 is online.
Yeah, number 12 is on.
We also have Cormac's here.
Yeah, we have Cormac, and then we have number 6, 7.
And it doesn't.
There's online is number 12.
Who is John Grant?
Number 12, automatic slims, I believe.
Okay.
And then number 13. I think Laura is here for number 15. And Jonathan Cohen is here for 18. Wine cellar. Dustin is here for 20. So.
So what order do we want to go in?
So do you want to? Yeah.
Do we want to go with? We could do number 18 first because Cormac is here and the outlet.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Number 18. 8th Street Wine Cellar, NYC Corp. DBA 8th Street Wine Cellar, 28 West 8th Street for
So, anybody here, if there's anybody here for 8th Street Wine Cellar, 28 West 8th Street, raise your hand. Other than Cormac.
Did you send us photos of this one? Yeah.
Yep, I sent you a letter with some photos on old photos, and I sent you new photos as
I
well.
see.
that came this
Yeah.
afternoon.
I see.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm turning on this camera. There I am.
Hi, thank you.
Hello. I'm Jonathan Cohen, representing 8th Street Wine Cellar. We've been here a little over 18 years on 8th Street. Some people call us a pioneer of 8th Street. And we can't have our roadway dining, so we're looking to have a couple of tables. I think you have the plan in front of you.
Great, thank you. We're just gonna go to the public testimony first, and then we'll.
Hello, I'm Cormac Flynn. I've lived on 8th Street for 60 years this December. So
you got us beat.
A little bit more of a pioneer. So so I will say this: the 8th Street Wine Cellar has been in the past a mostly good operator and licensee for their liquor license and things. They have occasionally been over the years, over these many years, some issues, but they've usually been responsive in cleaning them up. I just want to come about this application because here's my concern. This last season, starting in the spring and into the summer, they began to put out a setup that was out of their footprint and out of compliance with strips of tables and chairs along the curbside.
What is out of footprint, meaning on the curb?
Yeah, they're on the curb, along the curb, on the sidewalk, but not up against the building.
The furnishing zone.
The furnishing zone.
And also extending beyond.
And they also extend on both the curb and sometimes the ones alongside the building, they extend beyond their property line and in front of the adjoining properties. They did not used to do this, but this is something that's begun to happen the last few months. It is, I will say this, they are not the only place on the block that did it, and they're not the first ones on the block who started to do it.
That seems to be a systemic thing, is the warm weather April, and all of a sudden people that were in compliance, all of a sudden were not.
So they certainly know that they are out of compliance because some people may remember, for instance, a couple of times we've made complaint to DOT and they've come and done some enforcement. A couple people might remember there's one point where, to Susan Kent's frustration, I stood up and rang Mayor Adams' representative about non-enforcement. And within 24 hours, DOT came and talked to everybody on the block, and they all immediately complied for about a week. And then they stopped. But they certainly know what the rules are, and various residents have complained to them about the situation. They have not made adjustments, and so I just want to bring that to the committee's attention as you're looking at their application for this. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thanks.
Am I to respond to that? Can I respond to it?
You can, you don't have to.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Flynn. Pleasure to see you again. We haven't received any complaints here from DOT or anybody coming by. Could be other places on the block. And I will agree that other places on the block have set up tables out on the curb, and so that's kind of why we do it. We're like, well, we can't have the roadway structure. Let's stretch a little bit until we're told not to.
Well, that's not how that's supposed to work. I mean, honestly, that's just not how that's supposed to work.
Today.
Not how the world is technically supposed to operate. You don't just violate the rules because everybody else is until somebody decides to give you a fine.
Right. We're not going to single you out for being different than a lot of other proprietors, but that is the way it is, because once the rules were issued and people were taking advantage of the outdoor dining, that was with the stipulation that they would comply with the rules. So I think that in this case, simply putting up the barriers in line with where you show them or where the line of the cafe is will help alleviate it. That's what keeps the seating creep out.
This is moving chairs to the other side. So just because you have a barrier doesn't mean they still won't move chairs to the curb. Unequivocally,
there shall be no seating at the curb. And I know Emily or one of your neighbors is flagrant about that. Put it in the paper. But at any rate.
No, Emily's on Bedford, no?
not have the name right, but it's, but at any rate, if you did put regulation barriers around your seating, that does help to keep customers from sliding it over and taking out more space. So anyway, that's, I would say that would solve the part next to your building. And the other part has to be removed, so.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the last complaint that I see. Here we go. All right.
This picture is next door.
I
West
don't
Eighth.
believe, yeah, they're not on time.
So I would say he's not wrong about the complaints, because the only complaints for the sidewalk setup condition are from November, the end of November 2024. So no one's putting in the complaints about.
Oh, no, what I meant is, I know the people have approached them and complained to them directly.
Right.
People
But it's
calling the
important if they won't go look at it. I'm just saying for anything, I'm not singling this out, but for anyone listening, if you do see something and you don't file a 311, it doesn't trigger anything, and then there's no data. There's no data in 311 about the issues, so.
Is your storefront, what is that considered? Is that the basement?
Well, it is considered the basement, and we have a cellar underneath. So the building actually, part of what I thought was part of the storefront extends, like we have the fence, right, that's there that kind of blocks the little patio inside and blocks the windows. But beyond the fence if you're looking at the building to the west, is about 3 feet. It's painted red. It's part of the building. We just assumed that was part of the storefront. It's painted the same as the building, and there are no doors. There's no standpipe or anything like that there. So we have like a seat there that goes with another table. I think that might be what Cormac is talking about.
And then does your seating on the sidewalk, is it beyond this railing, or this railing, is it about the width of it, or?
I want to screen just to see what we're talking about. Right here. Yeah, so the site plan says that the cafe will be 3 feet 2 inches deep.
Right.
You know what this dimension is here? Like, will there be space for customers to walk around this railing but still be within the sidewalk perimeter?
Let me take a look at the plan here. I think on the plan it says 4 feet and 4 feet, and I think in total we have 13.2 feet. So we have 10 feet to where the seating is, and it's 3 feet of the railing. Will customers be able to walk around the railing?
Right, so if you have extensions here at 3 feet 2 inches out, I just want to make sure that customers will be able to walk into the cafe between the railing and the perimeter here.
So the just so you know, Jonathan, the concern is that patrons and staff are not supposed to enter the Sidewalk Cafe from the required clear path. They have to be able to access it from your from what's considered within the Sidewalk Cafe. People can't carry their drinks out onto the clear path and then back into the Sidewalk Cafe.
Right.
So if that railing is the width of the Sidewalk Cafe, then people couldn't enter into the Sidewalk Cafe without being in the clear path area, which is the 10 feet. So the 10 feet can't be used for service is basically what the rule is.
I was not aware of that at all. So essentially you need at least 15, 16, even 17 feet for it to be in compliance. Is that the?
Well, this is an outlier situation, right? Because you have the stairwell, which is extending into the clear path. And so that creates the problem. And generally the sidewalk cafes are limited to a business with a ground floor frontage. Here you have sort of one of the outliers, but it also has another element which makes the access difficult as well. So you start adding up the things, but one of the very clear rules that DOT has had is that service cannot happen from the clear path area.
From beyond the.
And that's a little bit of an anomaly because it also contradicts the roadway dining, but they're supposed to walk into a direct line to the roadway dining, not walk up and down to access it, and the patrons there. And then the same idea is that the patrons, the service and going in and out isn't from walking up and down. They have to be able to get into it from there. And this is, again, it doesn't seem to have a direct, the rules don't take into account the situation. That's why the question is how deep is the sidewalk cafe and how deep is that white
okay
rail?
I'll have to remeasure all that, and maybe there's a way we can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, say that this railing is 3 feet 2 inches, which it doesn't look like it is, but say that it were, that would mean that your cafe would not be accessible to any customers because they'd have to like jump over this, you know what I mean? But if there is, I'm not sure. It depends on the width there.
And so, you know, there's the other layer, which is not what's addressed tonight, but is that the State Liquor Authority requires a specific diagram of tables and chairs in it with the measurements. And so the diagram that we have before us that we're looking at doesn't really show how much space the tables and chairs take up within the footprint. They're sort of done on a side profile.
Right.
And so, you know, and this is a very close measurement, right? And whether the space is here or not, people could walk up and down that area within the stanchion. So it's possible, you know, with some slightly off-size furniture that this, you know, works within the frontage. I mean, that all depends on however, you know, whatever you're using, but then you hit up onto that railing and then how do you enter into from the side? And so most businesses, when they're on a ground floor frontage, you'd walk out the front door and just turn left. Right there. So that's a little bit different here in that respect. So.
And so what the rules say, just it's one sentence, a licensee must ensure that employees serve patrons solely from within the perimeters of such sidewalk cafe or roadway cafe.
Okay. Suppose we had a outdoor structure also, which I know we can't have, but suppose we were a different business and we were on street level and the door opens up and our servers have to cross the traffic of foot traffic, cross the sidewalk with meals out to the outdoor structure. I know that's not our situation, but doesn't
that's what I was addressing, right? So earlier, get that example. So they have to enter into the structure and then serve the patrons. So they have to be able to move within the structure. You can't go up and down the sidewalk and serve into the structure right from the sidewalk. There has
Okay, I
to be
understand.
space within that way. And so the clear path requirement is not made to be a service corridor. It's supposed to be free from staff. So if you're crossing perpendicular to get into whatever it is, that is allowed, but not up and down service from the clear path requirement area, because it's supposed to be completely open. And what the challenge for you is just that the steps come up.
Right.
The railing. So that's what creates the situation there.
So that we're clear that you can cross in front of passing people like a T, they have to stop so that the server can go by into the structure to deliver food or whatever, wait tables, et cetera. But parallel, where they're not getting in the way, is not kosher, let's say.
Well, the rule is the same of what Donna had just read, which is all service has to happen within the Roadway Cafe, not from outside the Roadway Cafe. So you can't fill it all with tables and chairs and not be able to have any wait staff that can go into it. So
Understood.
in the global or in the pedestrian management plan, mobility plan, pedestrian mobility plan was, designed taking into account many different elements, including the number of businesses. And from that's where they extrapolated the requirements, because it's with the projected foot traffic that occurs on the streets. And so that's where they came up with the required clear paths for each of the different areas, and why sometimes, they're attributed differently, but surprisingly, they're fairly accurate, within the foot traffic that we have in our community. And it's pretty dense, right, in certain areas. And so a lot of these cross streets, they take into account all the number of businesses that are on the street, the subways, all the different elements, so.
Thank you for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, so closing the public hearing on 8th Street Wine Cellar NYC Corp. Where do we want to go from here? I know we have applicants online for 12-13. And then Cormac still wants to talk about 6 and 16. We also have people online to testify about number 5 and 20.
And 15.
Okay, and 15.
I think.
Online applicants.
You okay sticking around for a little while?
Sure. I don't want to interrupt whatever your usual.
Just having the order of.
What? Oh, there's another one. Okay.
Yeah, there's 2
Okay,
more.
right.
Okay, so let's go with number 12, Automatic Slims Inc., DBA Automatic Slims, 733 Washington, for Sidewalk. And it looks like people are raising their hand. I don't know which ones they're raising for.
Hello.
Hi. You're here for Automatic Slims?
I am, yes.
Okay.
You don't remember me from last time. Somebody said, "Who's John Grimes?" I guess I didn't make an impression.
I remember your face. I remember your face now that I see you.
That's quite all right. I'm kind of laid up, so I decided to do Zoom. So,
I'm just curious, is anyone here from the public or?
Norma
Yeah, Norma had her hand up.
Okay, so, John, we'll hear Norma first. And then
I'm
we'll-
the public too, by the way. So, but yeah, she can go however you want to do it. Yeah.
Sorry, say it one more time.
He's part of the public.
I'm from the public
okay.
as well.
Okay,
yes.
let's go with you first.
Okay, sure. So I'm here, and I appreciate that the, as you explained at the beginning, that the committee's jurisdiction is, is advisory, but I did send in my testimony, so I won't rehash the whole thing. But, I have lived next door to this establishment for over 30 years, and I'm opposed to their sidewalk, as I was to the roadway. Quality of life issues. You can see, it's a matter of public record as far as the, all the 311 complaints, over 100 of them. With respect to the sidewalk, again, my concerns are some of what has been raised, and some of the other applications I've been listening to relating to people spilling out on the sidewalk. There is no barrier, and there was a barrier in the application, I guess, but there is not one out there, I can tell you. And actually, you also got some pictures today from another neighbor, which will demonstrate that. It's not 5 feet from the door of the Washington Street residence that's next door, at least not, the diagram is one thing, but what's actually out on the street, and I know they have the right to put it there pending, approval, et cetera, right? But they have had tables out on the curbside. I sent you a picture of that. They also, basically disregarded the rules for the prior program with respect to the sheds and leaving them up way into January. So they're not good neighbors. And I'm very sorry to say that, but that is, I just want to go on the record with that. And I would also question, again, you guys are the experts and you do very careful, and I appreciate all your work on the clear path, the sidewalk path. I don't see how the math adds up. They've got 3 feet, or 36 inches, right? 3 feet on one side. And then if you're supposed to have another 8 feet, my map of that sidewalk is 10 feet. So 3 plus 8 is 11. So, again, issues that I think are quite similar to some of the other concerns that have been raised here. And that's just my experience, and I appreciate you taking the comments into account.
Thank you. Norma?
I'm a close neighbor of Automatic Slims. I live down the street on Bank Street. I have had many occasions to pass by that corner, and I can confirm that Automatic Slims is a notorious scofflaw. It is a scourge to the neighborhood. They have not complied with the rules to keep their operations within any footprint that they have been licensed to occupy. I have seen them serving patrons on the sidewalk, not just letting them stand out there with their drinks, but actually serving them on the sidewalk. They're outrageous, one of the worst neighbors I can imagine. And I don't think that having been such a scourge to the neighbors when they didn't have any outdoor operations, I think it's a terrible imposition on neighbors to allow them to operate out of doors in addition to, their indoor operations. So I'm opposed to it. That's it.
Thank you. And it looks like the applicant's not here, right? I thought that they were.
I thought they were online, John.
Yeah, he's not the applicant, so that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's right. That was John Grimes. All right. Okay.
I think we have historical testimony from Mr. Grimes.
I've got some comments. So first of all, apparently there would be no seating on the Bank Street side. The garbage or trash bins that are placed along that wall already restrict the sidewalk to 3 feet and 4 inches between this tree pit and these bins that are stationed there. So certainly there is no room on Bank Street for any sidewalk seating, but they don't show any either. On Washington Street side, it seems to me there's no real scaled plan, and from my photographs and measuring out there, there's a tree pit opposite their seating. Their seating goes right up to the neighbor's stoop. So there is definitely not 5 foot clear on the north side of their seating.
It's
That should
directly
be,
across from the tree. Like their cafe overlaps with the tree by a lot, right?
seems to be, yes. I didn't measure that dimension on the
Just
sidewalk.
looking
And their diagram doesn't
You
show.
got
like
it
it.
there?
It's
Okay.
more overlap than is shown on their plan.
Okay, so from the tree pit to the building along Washington is 10 feet, 4 inches. And so you subtract the 8-foot clearance, and what do you have? 2 feet, 4 inches. So that would come under our stipulation that it does not meet ADA requirements. So there, we would have to say there's no seating in at least that portion. Then once you are away from the tree pit, then you might have some room there because the total sidewalk depth once past the tree pit is 13 feet, 14 feet, 4 inches.
Right, and in their plan, they don't show the 8-foot clearance between the tree pit and the cafe. Like they don't have an arrow just in this.
Yeah, the sketch does not have enough information to really know if anything works, so.
I mean, it looks like maybe they could have one table right by the door, maybe. Is that what you were thinking?
Yes, that's.
Under that sign.
Mhm.
And fit 2 tables because then you're into the tree pit. You even have to deal with the diagonal 8
Right,
feet.
yeah. Right. Yeah. And I guess they're not here to.
Did they write in last time after, oh, we missed it, do you remember that email?
I don't. I don't remember
I'll pull it up.
who it was from.
Just as a, this is not relevant to the sidewalk seating, but as I was there taking that photograph and measuring the garbage truck, turned from Washington onto West 11th, and it was a squeeze. I mean, he was, if there had been any larger vehicles than a medium-sized
That's a
sedan.
very tight corner to turn, and it's a very tight road to drive down, even just with the car. So when there was roadbed on there, it kind of scary.
Yeah.
It's a very uneven cobblestone street,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The street, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
right.
okay, yeah, okay.
So this is the email we got. Hi Florence, I'm David Zessner from Automatic Slim, 733 Washington Street. I've come in for many 30-day notifications over the last 30 years we've been open. And he said they received notification for the meeting after the meeting, which is not true, based on the date that Florence sent it. And I worked with the DOT over the last several years and again recently to update my outdoor cafe permit. We are anxious to comply with the appropriate regulations. Made an application for outdoor cafe. Let me know the next step. For whatever that's worth. Just so it's on the record.
Well, I guess we will talk about this in business session. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm thinking that maybe from here, we just go back to the top and we go through, and any that don't have public testimony will move to business session, but I think most of them have people who want to testify.
Who's Cormac here for?
Cormac's here for 6, Katie's here for 7. I don't know that any.
P is here for 5.
Okay.
Pete's also here for 15, Cormac's here for 16, and then I think Augustine was here for 20. So.
Or just start.
Yeah, let's just.
For the ones where people are here and then go back on the other ones.
Well, I think that
Yeah.
Let's just go back to 4 and work our way down the list then, because it's pretty much covered.
Okay, so, yeah, we'll do 125 Hospitality LLC, DBA Groove. 125 MacDougal, I think that's here. If you're here, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we will move this to business session.
I see no one. I have nobody in my notes.
Public hearing on number 4. We'll move to number 5, which is 218 LLC DBA Crazy Pizza at 218 Lafayette Street for Sidewalk.
We got something about that one.
Let's see. I think I have everybody up. Pete, usually I'm just gonna text him, but he usually just likes to talk. He doesn't.
Okay.
So the applicant's not here on this one, right?
A name I don't know, so I think the applicant may be here on this one.
Hello?
Who's
I think
speaking?
Alessandro or Pete?
Yeah, Alessandro.
Alessandro, that's me.
Okay.
Are you the applicant?
Yes, 218 Lafayette.
Okay, cool.
There's sidewalk seating.
Okay, cool. We will go to you in just a moment. We're going to hear from public testimony first. Laura? And then Pete?
You're on mute, Laura. You're on
We
mute.
can't hear you.
I was being so careful, but I was going back to my testimony. Did you guys receive the written thing that I sent you on this with photographs?
Yes, I got it. I'm gonna put it in the drive.
It is in the drive.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, the email's there.
Okay, because Crazy Pizza, I mean, I kind of asked you first, who are they? Marini went away. This place opened up. They're operating under the Marini license. Liquor license is what I'm talking about. But the fact of the matter is their drawings look okay to me, but it's not what they've been putting tables and chairs out all along. I mean, and Marini before them, and I think it's the same principles. We had a lot of trouble with them, as you well know. Sidewalk seating, seats on the sidewalk along the curb throughout COVID, sandwich boards in the center of the walking path, amplified music piped outside. 311 complaints were made and ignored, as for all the complaints along that whole stretch of Petrosino Square. I just have some real concerns about whether they will ever comply with rules. And I just wanted a heads up that, they seem to have had, if nothing else, a change in operation. This is not, sidewalk issues. This is a liquor license issue, but they had a change in operation, and it may be a change in principles, and they never appeared before the SLA committee that I'm aware of.
Well, the Altamira Group is the operator.
Yeah, just to clear,
yes. Operator from going way back.
Right.
With,
but they changed their DBA and they changed their operation. They completely gutted the place and made it different. And they never had an outdoor cafe. And they are operating one now.
Marini had outdoor seating, and just to clarify,
one at a time. Well, let Laura finish, and then we'll go.
We also have testimony from.
So why don't we all the public first, and then we'll.
Marini had tables, had benches outside. They never had if they had a permit, I could be mistaken. I may not remember it, but I really don't remember it. I don't remember them having tables outside. until COVID came along, and then they did it under the emergency rules. And that's the bottom line. I just have real concerns about, at this point, there should be nothing out on the sidewalk.
So the question that I have for you is the plans that have been presented to us.
Right.
Do you have comments on those?
No. And that's what I wrote, is that I have no real issues with that. It's just that I wanted a heads up on the fact that I have real concerns about their operations, about their impact of their operations on the community.
But as far as the layout.
No, yes, I have no issues with that.
Okay, you have no issues with that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Pete?
Yeah, Laura covered a lot of things. I just noting that in the drawing, they do cite the Siamese connection at the doorway. It's noted, but it's not shown. And I just want to make sure that that spatial situation is correct and honored as they move forward. So thank you very much.
The Siamese connection is right next to the egress at the top. They have a 5-foot line showing.
I see the 5-foot line. Okay.
It's like right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right by the door.
That 5-foot.
I thought the 5-foot was
has
from the
to
door.
extend out. You can't
Oh, it has to go out.
put tables and chairs in front of that 5-foot area.
It's
So
not.
that's not allowed. That 5-foot has to stay clear all the way out to the clear path.
I'm also a little bit confused.
I thought that 5-foot was from the egress door for the primary.
Yeah, well, I think
Or is that their?
it's technically a office space on the second floor, I think.
That's
So-
right. That is. It's
It's like a
little club.
co-working
Mhm.
thing. So I don't think that would count as a primary building entrance.
All right. So it's the Siamese connection
Yeah.
that would govern.
But I'm also a little bit confused of why the upper portion of that egress corridor and then the stairs, why that would be considered part of the frontage of the restaurant. So why they would be able to have that table and chairs there anyway. Maybe the applicant can speak to that?
Sure, it is it's where the staff comes in and out. It actually links directly to a corridor that goes directly downstairs to the locker room, so.
Oh.
Okay.
So cooks and porters all go through.
Okay. Good to know. I mean, I don't think that there's really primary building entrance problems here. Also, to the north is an office building, I think, too. When I was Googling that building.
I would agree. It seems to be a non-residential building. The name on the front and on the facade is Officine Generale, which might have something to refer to an office general. But the mailbox at the entrance is, at the recessed entrance is not a multifamily or anything like that type of mailbox. So anyway.
So it's just a Siamese connection.
Yes.
So what Brian was saying is that the Siamese connection 5-foot clearance should be measured as a radius, not just as a horizontal line, which would, it looks like, I mean, I'm not sure if this is to scale, but it looks like that would take out, a table and a chair there.
Okay.
Are there any other comments?
No.
I just wanted to say that if in fact the interior layout has changed, that would be from when it was a restaurant, that would be a substantive change that would have required a filing with the liquor authority and with the community board. And I think it's a dollar figure that triggers that. So if there was a change in the way the chairs are laid out, or any of the bar configurations, or any other material aspects like that, it should have been filed through an alteration application of the New York State Liquor Authority, which would also require a notice to the community board.
Or may I jump in?
Yep.
So my name is Alessandro Calastri. I'm the managing director for Alta Marea Group, and I'm representing Amas Fakahani, who is the principal, was the principal. Marini continues to be. We own other Marinis in other places, and now he is the principal of Crazy Pizza. The work done was strictly superficial. The kitchen, bar, and table layout, even the banquettes, all remain the same. It was just the light fixtures, a bit of the pictures on the wall, but that's pretty much it. So they wanted me to make sure that everyone was aware of that. It was just, we're doing DBA as Crazy Pizza, but Marini and the original owners still are the same owners of this restaurant. So, they've been in that neighborhood, I think, over a decade now, and nothing much has changed other than some of the color. Actually, it's still maroon. It was maroon under Marini, and it's still that maroon color. So from the color to the layout to the kitchen and the prep downstairs, very, very minor changes. All cosmetic work was done to reopen. We actually turned the space over quite quickly because we didn't have to do any work with the MEP or anything like that. So it was just interior design work.
Okay, thank you.
May I say one thing? Actually a couple of things, but if you looked at one of the photographs I sent you, you could see that the wait staff was on the outside. I just want to make sure that they know they cannot do that when they're set up. The wait staff was, in fact, you can't tell from that photograph, but there were 3 members of the wait staff standing in the sidewalk in the pedestrian area, serving from outside. And that was a problem. I think it's a different setup. I can't quite tell. But it seems that way. I don't know whether a completely different menu is enough of a change to go before the SLA, but they changed their menu completely. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't recall, what agreements. I do know that the last determination though on this was decided by the full board of the New York State Liquor Authority, but I think that was an alteration application. So whatever was determined at that meeting would be whatever the guiding elements of this were, because it was decided by the members of the authority.
Okay, thank you.
That happened some time ago, meaning like 2013, maybe 2014.
Oh, you're talking about that. Sure, I was involved in the lawsuit about that. But I'm just saying that in 2024, Marini closed. It was closed for about 2 months, and then suddenly there was construction going on inside, and
right. What was described though is accurate. It wouldn't have triggered a requirement for an alteration application if the table chair was, substantially the same, bar hadn't changed, if the kitchen hadn't changed. So if the diagram of the space is substantially the same, that's the physical alteration wouldn't have required. Right. And you are allowed, you can file to change the DBA, it's still has a full kitchen under the supervision of a chef.
What was confusing a bit for us in the community was all the hype that was in the newspapers. Page 6 had a thing about Heidi Klum's new restaurant, all of that. So one thought that the principles changed. So that was confusing, but thank you for explaining it.
And
I
if
guess that
Mr.
they're the same
Mr.
people.
Fakahani is the same person, we spent
Yeah.
quite a bit of time with him
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Okay, thank you. I think that the only modification we really talked about was the signage connection clearance. So, Alessandro, if you have any questions for us, otherwise I think.
No, that's all good. Your notes and comments are noted, and we'll make the necessary changes to adhere to that, and we'll make sure that the servers are not serving on the other side of the barricade as well. I'll make a note of that as well. Okay.
Great, thank you.
And Laura, for your notes, if you wanted to look this up further, November 4th, 2014 was the date of the New York State Liquor Authority full board hearing, and I'm not sure, that may be on YouTube, but if it's not, you can send an email to David Stoller at the Liquor Authority, and he should be able to get a copy of the recording for that meeting. So you can see exactly what was decided, or at least what they, the verbal aspect of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, so closing the public hearing on number 5218 LLC, DBA Crazy Pizza. And next we'll go to number 6, Miznon UWS LLC, DBA Shmone, probably not right, at 61 West 8th Street for Sidewalk Cafe. And I know we have one person who would like to testify. If anyone else would like to raise their hand from the public. And I don't think that the applicant is here.
Is the applicant here on this one? If you are, raise your hand.
Would you like to start?
Sure. So I wanted, on this application, I wanted to say a couple things. One thing is that this applicant has, on the whole, been an extremely responsible and diligent operator. There have been occasionally some noise issues that I know that Donna and Carter are aware of, right? But on the whole, they've been good. That being said, I have a couple of concerns. About this application. Number one is the property has operable windows. These big plate glass windows that can swing open. The operator has stipulated at the time of the liquor license that they would not use them. But they have sometimes needed reminders of that, right? One concern I have is that their plan, because I know there's a width ADA issue around this thing, that they not have some plan that involves serving through those windows, because of course, having the windows open all the time creates a tremendous noise issue, right? And it also breaks a decades-old ban on open uses on the block, which we don't want. Because, as we've seen with the other thing with the tables that I was talking about before, once one place starts, it becomes a trend on the block. The other issue that I wanted to ask, or raise and mention to folks is that, and I know some of the community members know this, recently the restaurant expanded, has a wine bar next door that is adjoined, back house, but it's in a different property, right, in the next property over. And I wasn't sure if this outdoor dining expanded in front of that as well, or just in front of their property. It's just something to be aware of. And lastly, I will just say, with the tree pit that is there, this is a kind of a tight squeeze right now around here. Like when they have had tables out and things like that, it does create a little bit of congestion there. And so I would be very careful to make sure that and I know this is what you guys do, that the clearances are maintained. And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, look at the plans.
At their application, I did not have time. I was with a family emergency this weekend.
They.
Oh, I see. They are in front of the wine
Yes.
bar. Yeah.
They're in front of- Right, the one on the far left is in
Yeah.
front of the wine bar, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, it is. That is correct.
So just as a point of what came up during our SLA meeting, is that if they have, and this has come up for us with the British place on Greenwich Avenue, if they have one food service license, which they may or may not have, but I'm just, if it's one food service license, DOT treats this as one license.
Okay.
SLA,
But it's connected on the inside.
right, it's connected on the
So
inside.
That's.
Behind the residential entrance?
Yes.
Yes. Behind.
So they've created an opening in the interior between the two separate buildings. So it's actually the same space, but this
Right, that's
raises the
true, and it
next
is this.
question, which is that the service has to happen through the two separate doors and not go across
The residential entrance.
Right.
Which is also good because that entrance is actually mixed. It's residential, but there's also second floor commercial in that building. So.
Cool.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, okay, thanks. But it's all moot because of.
Because it's not wide.
It's not me,
6 inches wide.
Well, that's
We
out of
make
my
all-
wheelhouse.
What did you say?
That's out of my wheelhouse. That's
Yeah.
your area of expertise.
No, but your comments we appreciate you taking the time.
And also, they measured their bike rack clearance really strangely. And we know that the bike rack clearance of 10 feet would need to be measured in a radius, which seems like it would knock out almost,
all
it would knock out all but like
all of
3
that.
tables, it seems, maybe 4.
Yeah.
So that's a little confusing. I'm not really sure how they are thinking that would.
Well, and they don't have any clearance dimension on the street lamp. The street light.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those things stick out 3 feet 9 inches into the sidewalk, the street lamp and the tree pit.
Are the,
And these are two different lots, like these are two different buildings.
You said 3 feet 9 inches? Brian,
Pardon?
you said 3 feet 9 inches, they stick out?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the ADA is the most limiting factor here, so. I think we can close the public session on number 6.
Okay.
And move on to number 7, Village Restaurant Group LLC DBA Hudson Clearwater, 447 Hudson Street for Sidewalk Cafe.
Get Katie up.
I see Katie.
Is there anybody else here on this one? Number 7? Yes, Susan Ginsburg. Okay.
Okay, and the applicant is not here, correct?
I don't see any more hands up.
Okay, Katie or Susan?
The only thing I want to say about them, they seem very nice people. They have never, ever, in the temporary phase or now, obeyed the rules. They have tables at the curbs. They have umbrellas in the middle of the sidewalks. Somebody mentioned about it seems like the waiters knew what had been proposed, but they had no intention of setting up the way that the proposal had come in. This was even last weekend. And, they take up a lot of the sidewalk on both sides, on Hudson and Morton Street. Morton, they put them at the curb. Well, they're at the curb as well on Hudson Street. So I don't know what one does about that. That's your thing. So I'm just saying that, their plan seems fine, but they have no clue that there's a plan. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Katie?
Katie, you're muted. somehow? There. No.
Oh, we
we-
can't hear you.
We had you for a minute. No, we don't have it.
Wait.
Okay,
There.
Good.
hold on. Give me a minute. Hold on.
We can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows? Okay, so I also want to speak to operations. As I have complained multiple times to 311, but I would say that we should go back to the pandemic because they were so crowded on the sidewalk at that corner that I was not able to walk on the sidewalk. Many of you know I'm immunocompromised and I can't be in a scrum, and they would have people on the building side, on the sidewalk side, chairs. There was like 1 foot to go through, so you couldn't walk on the sidewalk. And that was in the pandemic. And in ongoing problems today, July 24th is the last time I took a photo with the chairs and tables in the amenity lane. And as Ms. Ginsburg said, this is an ongoing problem. You know, one day maybe I complain, and then a couple of days they were on the straight and narrow, and then the next weekend they're back to their tricks. They've got benches where they're serving people. They have tables and chairs. It's non-compliant at every turn.
And just to be clear, Katie, the benches still remain, correct?
I have seen them recently. I didn't see them today. Susan is nodding, yes, she's seen them recently.
What number is this again?
So they're there, or nobody, you don't know if they're still there?
Oh, there it is.
They were there on Sunday.
Okay.
I haven't gone by there today.
Do they also put out tables and chairs? Like, do they remove the benches and put out tables and chairs?
They use the bench as chairs, and they put a table in front of it. With
Front of them. Got it.
But the bench is always next to the curb. The bench is always in the furnishing.
Yep.
We've all seen.
Yeah, we've all seen that. Yeah, so let's see, they've got a couple complaints. The last complaint was on August 28th for a site setup condition for the sidewalk. And then there's a bunch of, from August 5th all the way back to June 4th for the sidewalk zone blocked.
And on
Since the end of
weekend-
May, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's been 8 complaints mixed of site setup condition and sidewalk zone blocked.
On weekends, they're very, very busy, and they put tables along Morton Street at the furnishing zone and on the sidewalk. That's the route I take to go to the dog park, and you just can't get by. There's just a lot of people. Sometimes the tables are for 2 with 4 around it, and then they have an umbrella next to it in the middle of the sidewalk. It's just everywhere. And no barriers. There's no barriers at all to anything.
No barriers.
Okay, thank you so much.
I just want to say one thing, because it's not clear from their plan how close they are, how close the tables are to the residential building right next door. I do not believe there's 5-foot clearance. This thing about a porch, I think I think that has to be really looked at carefully, because they're cheek by jowl with the neighbors next door. I don't think they have the 5-foot clearance on the Hudson Street. The north part of the Hudson Street cafe. The door is very close. It's not a porch. It's a raised sidewalk with a fence around it, but it's not a porch.
They paid $500. They paid $500. They had a summons. They paid $500 on June 1st. It's not coming up.
Now, I guess, you know, it's the cost of doing business. They're treating it as the cost of doing business.
There was a hearing yesterday. An oath hearing.
For them?
Yesterday.
At the DOT, where was the hearing?
It's an oath hearing.
Ah.
So for their summons, they were issued a summons by DOT and the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings for their violation on June 1st. Which I'm not certain which one of these it's in reference to, but either it's something with their sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, I mean, they also,
there are more complaints for them to be, you know, there are later complaints that they may have to be accountable for too.
Yes, there's eight since May 27th.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Is there anything else you need from us?
no, thank you.
Okay, I would just like to enter into the record that the actual dimension on Morton is not 15, but 14 feet. So that would reduce the cafe size.
6 feet.
They don't even say, oh, I see. If you add 8 plus 7.
Right.
Can you say again, what did you measure?
A 14-foot total dimension. And the tree pit there is a full 5 feet of depth. So they wisely clear themselves of seeding from the tree pit, but that is a big factor.
Okay, so you're saying that the sidewalk cafe on Morton can only be 6 feet in width because it's 14 feet?
That's right, instead of 7.
Let me write this down. I also saw that on Hudson Street, they have only 8 feet minimum. I'm sorry, it says 8 feet 8 feet clearance from the tree bed to the sidewalk cafe. But it should be 10 from there, which may dig into their space a little bit.
Yeah, that tree pit is 4'7" So it's a little bit bigger than what I normally see around the neighborhood, but 4'7". And so yeah, it's down to at the tree pit, and that's a 10-foot clearance. Is that right?
Yeah.
That would leave only 3 foot 10 inches of cafe instead of, what have they got? 7 feet on one end and is that 6 feet on the other. So at the north end of the cafe with the tree bed, they're using 8 foot of clearance instead of the 10 from the tree bed.
Right.
So.
But with that, with the 10 feet and also with the 5 feet from the PBE, that will take out some of those feet.
Yeah.
Okay, any other?
The only other thing I would add is I do believe that they have had, I do try to recall that they have had a bus station on Morton Street as well. They are, you know, and Susan agrees, she's seen that, I guess.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Okay.
I think then we will close the public hearing on Village Restaurant Corp. LLC DBA Hudson Clearwater, and we will go to Number 10, John Dory LLC, DBA Market Table, 54 Carmine Street. If there's anybody here to testify, otherwise we will move it to business session. Sorry?
I think you're good.
Okay. Okay, closing the public session on, public hearing on, number 10, John Dory. And now, we'll go to number 13. Oh, is the applicant here for 13? Did we miss them?
Somebody
have that
said
written
something
down.
about 13,
Oh,
but
I'm so sorry. Is that?
Yes,
applicant?
13.
Oh, man.
50.
Marco,
Yeah.
are you the applicant?
Yeah, let me.
okay.
Yeah.
Marco, are you on?
You're on mute, Marco.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry. I thought we missed you. I would have called you earlier. I'm sorry.
I'm here. Okay, all good, all good.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak on this one?
I don't have anybody written down on it.
Okay.
I don't see any hands up. Anybody here to speak on number 13? 351 Brown? No, you're good.
Okay, cool. Marco, do you want to introduce yourself and?
Yes, hi, Tal. So we've been in the business for 12 years, and I'm here to reapply for the same sidewalk license that we had. Now, we had on a previous license, the layout was for 8 tables, 4 on each side of the entrance, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Therefore, I was trying to reapply with the same principle, with the same layout. That's why I sent a diagram to the DOT, and then we were told that we needed to downsize to leave 10 feet clearance footpath. That's why we rearranged the table in a way that we still have 8 tables, 4 on each side, but instead of having, as before, 2 vertical rectangular tables on each side and 2 small tables, now we have 1 horizontal big table and 3 small tables on each side, which makes for 8 tables altogether as we had in the previous layout. I don't know whether this is okay with you, whether I need to change the diagram in order to comply with what the new layout is, or I need to further reduce the table. So I'm willing to, hearing from you to find out suggestion from you.
So the diagram is not.
So let me share my screen just to make sure we have the right diagram. Is this right? So we have the,
yes. So basically in this diagram, this is the original diagram that I would like to, I was applying for. So we have 4 tables on each side, right and left. 2 bigger tables and 2 smaller tables. Those were the 2 bigger tables were on were positioned vertically, and the 2 small table, square table, let's say horizontally. Now we were told to reduce it a little bit, as we need to leave 10 feet clearance footpath. Therefore, we rearranged the tables as it shows in the picture that you guys have. I wanted to find out whether is it okay, whether I keep the layout the way it's in the pictures, or I need to change it.
It is DOT's rule that there's 10 feet here between the curb.
Yes.
So I don't know your table dimensions, if that would affect how many tables you have out here, but from what I see, this looks okay. I did have one question. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen just so I can look at something. I did see that there are planters in the along the curb. I'll share my screen again.
Say it again.
It looks like there's little planters. This is on Google Maps from November. Are these still here, these planter boxes?
No.
Okay.
No.
That makes sense because they weren't on the site plan, so I
Yeah,
didn't
no.
know if they were.
No.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions? Does anyone else have any questions?
I guess.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of confused by the dimensions, right? If the sidewalk width is like 16.5 feet, and then we need a 10-foot clearance from the manhole, which I'm assuming is in the sidewalk. That looks like less than 6.5 feet for the sidewalk cafe width. And that seems like a bit of a stretch for all these tables.
Right, that's bigger because we changed the layout as in the pictures in order to comply with the regulations. So that's why I wanted to find out whether the way it is set up now, is it okay? Or I need to further reduce it?
I think the question you're asking, is the manhole in front of your setup or is it in front of the building next door? It's hard to tell.
Based on Google Maps, it's halfway. I'll share my screen again. The manhole is over here. I think that it's far enough away. You only need 18 inches for manholes, so it's okay.
But then also just like, are those accurate dimensions? Or if there's 10 feet from the sidewalk for the clear path, that gives him 6.5 feet. What can he fit in there? I don't know because there's no, dimensions on the tables and.
Right, because we changed the layout just to fit the new dimensions. What I would be happy also, it's in keep two big long table vertically in order to leave enough space, the 10-foot clear footpath. So I wanted to find out from you what I had to do, because if for you was good enough the layout as it is, keeping the 8 tables, I would be happy. If you tell me, Marco, no, you need to remove those small tables in order to leave more space, then I would do that. So I was basically waiting for this meeting to find out, whether it was okay for me to keep it as it is or just remove those small tables.
I was looking at your old sidewalk cafe plan.
Right.
And if your tables and chairs are up against the building.
Yeah.
And your sidewalk setup's 3 feet 4 inches for the first 2 tables. That's what's in your old sidewalk cafe plan. And then you had a 3-foot service aisle, which isn't required to be 3 feet anymore. And then you had another, and your tables are 1 foot 8 inches. It seems like this can fit. We just don't know you don't have the same detailed measurements of the tables and chairs. So I think that's what Arturo is bringing up, is that the diagram doesn't show the width of the 4 top, doesn't show the width of the 2 top, doesn't show the leftover space between the 4 top and the 2 top.
Right.
It's hard. I think Arturo is saying it's hard for him, given that most of the tables that we see, which isn't always the case, are usually 2 feet wide. So I think usually this setup would take it all up. But if you're using smaller furniture, that wouldn't be the case. So we're not able to tell from this diagram what space is still open space and what place is still closed space. The original sidewalk cafe plan that you provided has all of those measurements in, every single detail.
Yeah, because that was made by the architect.
Right.
This I made it myself as I was reading that it wasn't needed to be made by an architect. That's why I remade this first, the layout following the previous sidewalk layout. But I was told then, I learned that I had to leave more space then.
So I just want to go, so your previous plan, which I assume you have a copy of. It says that the width on the sidewalk that you had under that setup was 8 feet 6 inches. So if you had 8 feet 6 inches under that, you'd only need 1.5 more feet to make the 10 feet.
Right.
And you had a 3-foot service aisle before. So if the 3-foot service aisle is 1.5 feet, you've accomplished
what you need to do.
What you had before, plus you had an additional 6 inches that was against the building that was supposedly open under the old plan. So you actually are back up to 2 feet. So I don't know how that's just off of the measurements. I don't know what actual furniture you're using or what your chair dimensions and everything else are. I'm just extrapolating, but I think that what Arturo is saying is that he'd like to see a plan that has all the measurements on it. And it doesn't have to, be as neatly drawn, but at least show what the measurements are for each of those.
Right. So what the next step for me would be to present you or the DOT with this new diagram showing the dimension of the tables.
And do you have a copy of those old plans?
Not with me, to be honest. I'm traveling, to be honest.
Yeah, but you do have them.
I should have a copy, of the old plans, right? But as I was saying, I learned that we needed to leave 10 feet clear path. That's why we rearranged the tables in that way. And I'm happy to just leave now 2 long tables vertically on each side. So having to lose 4 small tables.
Okay, so that's why when I look at the pictures that you submitted, they're entirely different from the plan.
Yes, exactly, because we changed.
Yeah, so what is it that you're doing? The pictures? Or
originally we wanted to keep the old layout as the first sidewalk license that we had. That's why we presented that. But I learned afterward that I needed to reduce the space of the sidewalk to leave 10 feet clear path.
Okay,
that's why we are.
So that's why I was bringing up the original plan, because the original plan, if you're in fact using a table which is 1 foot 8 inches in width, if you're using the furniture of what it says the measurements are, the plan that you've presented does fit, but you have to change things a little bit. But if you're using other furniture where the tables are not 1 foot 8 inches, but let's say they're 2 feet, it doesn't fit. So you see it all.
Yeah.
We're not saying what does and doesn't fit. What we're saying is we don't have the information here that shows what you can do. And it's best to sort it out now because the same layout should reflect the tables and chairs. So then when you update your liquor license, everything's all the same.
Right.
Because you have to show the tables, chair. And I'm not saying one's better than the other. We just need it just sketched out a little bit more to scale. So.
And who do I send it to the DOT or to you in the first place?
To both.
To you. And all right, so I've got your email. I will update the drawing, and I will send you a new diagram.
Yeah, and so it looks like your original plan, which is the same that the one we have in front of us, it does fit all of that, right? But you're using the long benches, which are very different, and I don't think that will fit. So.
Right.
Okay. So we're just not sure which one, which one do you want to, are you inclined to go with the original setup, or do you like, and I know for your style of business, maybe one works better even if it's less seats, right? Maybe I have no idea.
Right.
So,
So yeah, I have to talk to my partner and see what would be best for us. But you're saying that the 3 feet distance between one table and the other doesn't exist any longer? It can be less than 3 feet?
that's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Right, right.
So there's some space to reclaim, and your old plan showed was 8 feet 6 inches. So it's not 2 feet that you're adding, it's just 1.5 feet.
Right.
So, and then your old plan also shows a distance between the table closest to the building and the building of 6 inches. So it's another 1/2 foot. So so it actually only comes down, depending on however your furniture fits. If you're using the original size furniture, you actually only have to reduce that pathway a foot. If you move the tables and chairs against the building.
Against the building, right.
And then move it in and use skinny barriers, to put around the outside. And it's not as drastic. But I don't know, because I don't know if you still have that furniture that was a long time ago, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay, I'm more than happy to send you a new sketch, a new diagram, and we take it from there.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye.
Okay, so closing public hearing on number 13, Get Cherry Enterprises LLC. I'm going now to number 14, Shake Shack New York LLC, DBA Shake Shack Innovation Kitchen at 225 Eric Street for Sidewalk. Is there anyone here to testify? Otherwise, we will move this to business session.
I don't see anybody.
Okay, so we will move that one to business session. Now, number 15, Citizens of Soho LLC, DBA Citizens of Soho at 201 Lafayette Street for Sidewalk. Pete has his hand raised.
And Laura is moving up.
Pete, do you want to start?
Can you talk? Oh, sorry. Yeah, now I should be able to talk. Sorry, Pete. You can speak.
Thank you. Yes, two things. The photos that they've submitted with their paperwork show how it's regularly set up. Before COVID, they were pretty much setting up what their drawing is, which is just a few tables near the doorway. But recently, they go all the way out to the curb. So that's non-compliant. The umbrellas extend the full area there's 2 rows of umbrellas. So it goes all the way from the edge of the building to the curb. They meet in the middle of the sidewalk, so you have to pass through that. I'm 6 feet tall, and I always feel like I have to duck. I'm going to post in the chat the requirements that are listed on Dining Out NYC that say clearance for an umbrella has to be 7 feet or more from the sidewalk to the bottom edge of the umbrella. So that's what I have to say.
Did you say that's all you have to say? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Pete.
Laura?
I just wanted to reiterate what Pete said. I sent you something in writing with photographs. These, what's really frustrating is that they did come before this committee about their roadbed application, and they were told at that time, you can't do this. And they went back and they continued doing it. It's a problem. And my recollection is they had signed stipulations not to have an outdoor cafe at all when they first got their liquor license. But I just also wanted to say that I had made a complaint about them back in September of 2024 to a 311 complaint about them having tables, chairs, sandwich boards, and service tables on the curbside of the sidewalk. And what I received was a closed, "Thank you for reaching out to the Department of Transportation. This location applied by August 3rd, 2024, as required by Dining Out New York City rules, and is allowed to continue operating their existing outdoor dining seating through the application review process." And that was the end of that. Very frustrating. But that said, they're problematic. The design is shown. I'm not sure that it's difficult to say from all of the illustrations that the tree is shown where it actually is. I think it's a little bit closer to the entrance of the establishment.
Yeah, I have that noted as well.
Right. I'm not sure if they can have more than two tables and chairs out there because of that. But the fact of the matter is, I doubt very much if they will ever be complying. Based on what we've been seeing for the last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
So it looks like on this one, they have been issued 2 $500 summonses, one on July 19th and one on August 3rd. And you can go on Oath and look up the actual summons of what the inspector wrote, but it's not coming up for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've taken a decent amount of pictures of them and I put them in our drive, but one that really stood out to me, I'll share it. If I can navigate back to them. Yeah, I mean, there's
all sorts of junk.
Yeah, I mean, this, can you see? This one, this was after closing. The way that they were packing up their chairs and stacking them just across the sidewalk. My mom uses a wheelchair and I was pushing her through here and having to zigzag. And there was also a man out here who was packing them up, just like smiled at us, it's like definitely did not smile back. And then another one, see, they have this bench here. And so when these chairs are pushed out, the gap
shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I mean, the gap was so narrow.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even sure that's 3 feet. So, yeah.
2 feet.
That's interesting that they've been summoned.
Yeah, and like, it's just not coming. Usually you can see the tip and you can see exactly what they wrote. But I think the summons must be aligned with a complaint that was 30 days. They had 30 days.
Right.
And they didn't.
Yeah.
So.
And even in the Google Maps, they've been operating like this since September 2024.
If I could add one thing. The paperwork that they've submitted for this shows the certificate holder, corporate name. You might find same name on La Esquina, which does a similar setup.
Right, yeah.
And the one for the La Esquina restaurant, but also you may find similar corporate certificate holder for what is now Sante Taco or whatever they've changed their name to around the corner. Designer. It seems that there is a similar mode of operation for all these licensed joints in this building, and there may be a deeper connection.
Thank you, Pete.
So for the liquor license, they came to us in 2023, and the stipulations then said that they wouldn't operate a backyard garden or any outdoor area for commercial purposes except for a sidewalk cafe located immediately adjacent to the storefront, complying with all outdoor dining and sidewalk regulations. They would remove the roadbed seating by December 1st, 2023, and there would be no future roadbed seating. And all outdoor seating would close no later than 7 p.m., and there would be no exterior music speakers or TV. So.
You said
they haven't come to the SLA committee yet.
And you said that it was December,
well, October, let's see, October, is it October 2023, October 2023.
They said they wouldn't operate it past October 2023 or just?
No, they would get rid of the road that they had there at that time, December 1st, 2023, and that there would be no future roadbed seating.
Okay.
Did they come to this committee for roadbed?
I think they did.
Yes. They did.
In May.
Yeah. And that's when all these conditions were raised to them.
Okay, yes, I've got some dimensions that conflict perhaps.
Laura, is the roadbed there? Are they?
No.
So they haven't put up a roadbed, okay.
No, I don't think they can any longer. There's the bike lane there now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Brian.
No, that's all right. So to a certain extent, they have some correct measurements, 10-foot clear path, 10 feet from the tree bed to the building. But the tree bed actually, and it's actually showing in their photographs that they put in their application, the north edge of the tree bed is all the way to the entrance door. In fact, it comes into the entrance door a little bit. So anything to the right or to the south of the entrance door is in the clear path. So you can't have any seating to the south of their entrance. So it only leaves those couple of tables over on the other side. Or,
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's close the public hearing on number 15, Citizens of Soho, and now we'll go to number 16 for Analog LLC, DBA Analog, 19 West 8th Street for Sidewalk Cafe. I'll mark this.
Yeah.
And if anybody else, please raise your hand.
So when I spoke on the two previous West 8th Street applications, I said that they were to varying degrees, you know, pretty good actors and relatively good neighbors, right? Not that there's been no problems, but I can't say that about this application or this applicant who has been troublesome, difficult, rude to people, and generally seems to completely disregard the concerns of the residents above him and around him and up and down the block. But get that out of the way and speak to specifics of here. As I've shown in the pictures and the videos, they also routinely, and by routinely I mean every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, and many other nights in the week, right? Exceed the boundaries of their storefront and even of their property. They routinely put a strip in the furnishing zones that exceeds those things. They go right up to the door frame and beyond of residential entrances. Like immediately to the west of the entrance to the jazz bar, right? And there's like a I want to know how long wide is it? Let's say about 15-foot little bulkhead of that building, the wall of that building, and then of the next building about the same. And then there's the residential door. They put a big high top table and a bunch of stools around that, going right up to the door frame. And then when people sit in it, it can spill out in front of the door. And they do this almost every night. They also have stools that they just put on the street for people to sit in and stand when they stand around and talk.
When you say on the street, you're saying in the furnishing zone, like in the sidewalk?
So they keep them stored and stacked often in the tree pit, right? But then they take them out in the tree pit, but then they take them out and they put them not with tables, but just because, so they often have people who are just standing, drinking, smoking things. I don't know if they're waiting for tables or they're whatever, but, and they put out stools and people just hang out sometimes, right? Although today I noticed that they had just two tops, which they put perpendicular to the building rather than parallel. Some days they usually have, and I don't know what their footprint allows, but they usually have more than like two top. They usually have at least two coming out, parallel, sometimes they have up to like a 6 top, right? Plus the row in the furnishing zones. And this goes on all the time. And so I thought that I should report that. And I guess that's the only thing those are the important things I need to say. But,
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I know, I want to say one other thing actually before I go. So I know, people know I was not necessarily a fan of the final legislation that passed about outdoor dining or anything like that. But as people who've been on the committee with me, like on the committee know, like I'm fine with it and I'm support it and approve it as long as it is implemented according to the law and people are following the law. And here, this place is not, as you even yourself heard earlier this night, it has led other places in the block to start emulating them.
Yeah.
Right? And it's been a real problem. And I just thought you should know that as you work out whatever you do with this. And again, as I said in my notes, thank you all for coming here and spending all of this time on these applications and all this work that you all do. Because I'm really glad I don't have to be on this committee. Thank you.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you for taking the time.
A pleasure to have you this evening.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry to make you wait.
That's all right. I was reading the news.
Yeah, we can add in the modifications. It will not extend cafe beyond storefront, which is a given anyway, but we can make sure that they check.
I mean,
They're only 2 feet 4 inches
Right.
wide.
Forgot, yeah. They're only 2 feet 4 inches wide. But it's not gonna work.
The challenge here is just ongoing compliance.
Yeah.
Well, aside from that, they're not ADA compliant.
Well, hey,
Yeah, and the primary building entrance there.
Right.
Well, they have primary building entrances on residential entrances on both sides.
Both sides, I was gonna ask. Okay.
so that's what this entrance all the way on the diagram to the right,
Oh, is it?
building entrance, primary building entrance, and then all the way to the left on the other side, but they show the tree bed, but they're not honoring that clearance.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're back. Yeah, that's.
And
They make it
so
a tree bed.
perhaps you could clarify, since there is no city council member in this district, how is this called up? If the
There is no
committee,
Oh,
if the
right.
committee,
Carmine,
yeah, if the committee,
What happened?
we no longer have a council
Council
office, but there is no longer a council member holding the.
Carmine Rivera has stepped down from her role as council member of
I missed that.
City Council District 2. As she took another job, she's term limited at the end of.
So we were told that because of the burden was put on the council members for ensuring compliance with laws, not on the Department of Transportation.
But if we don't have a council member that's sitting, how is the determination on it?
Good question.
I had a call today and this came up. Let me look at my notes from my calls today. Hold on.
When did she step down?
It says in
2
the
weeks ago.
notes.
Yeah, 2 weeks old are they? So.
Oh, okay, so I was told that there is, it's possible that after the November general election, that the seat can be assumed sooner than when the term actually starts, because it's like a certain number.
But I'm just asking though, just that because.
But what do we do right now?
Yeah, no, that's a great.
Because once it's referred to us, the timeline's in process.
Going, right.
So, but I bring that up because that's.
We can send DOT an email.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to Danielle Zuckerman.
What's
I think it's a.
She is, right?
She's she's the Manhattan Borough Commissioner. So this is a bigger question than just to. Yeah. I think
And
that
then
makes
this plan
sense, don't
seems
you?
not accurate at all. I mean, the tree pit is right across from their building, right?
Yeah, it's in front of their building. And
Like that place next to the residential entry, but it doesn't even look like it really goes to the residential entry. It looks like it's more by their part of the building there.
yeah, the tree itself is in front of their building. I don't know if the pit extends past.
On Google, it kind of looks like it almost doesn't, but their plan has this tree bed way down past that residential door.
No,
No?
that's their
Am I-
door. That's their entrance.
Oh,
The door on the left.
okay.
The primary building entrance is not shown. The one to.
Okay, I see. All right, my mistake.
Okay, and then we should also note that instead of being 12 feet, 4-inch sidewalk width, it's only 11 feet, 9 inches. The tree pit is 3 feet, 9 inches, which leaves only 8 feet from the tree pit to the building wall.
It's only how much? Right, 8 feet, oh, yeah.
And meaning that the diagram's inaccurate.
That's right. So that doesn't change the note about not being ADA compliant. It just means that it's even less compliant.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but
They don't have
that
any
10 feet
chairs
is an
there.
as-built condition, so they're not gonna move the tree bed.
No.
So they just didn't mark the accurate measurement from the edge of the tree bed. And I guess that begs the question, is the diagonal off the tree bed accurate with the 8 feet? Because there is no measurement there.
That tree bed's taken a beating too from all the people standing around on it and things stacked. And you see about getting tree garden.
Yeah, and I just have a question for you, Cormac. So you had said that it's been difficult for the residents to engage with the applicants.
Yeah, I know. So I've talked to staff a number of times at the place, right? And and then beyond that, before that, like the owner of the place has a very tense relationship with the Block Association and other people. Even though they supported his application in the first place and were very supportive, he at one point sought later hours and the Block Association opposed it. And since then, he's basically been hostile to people. So.
Cool. Let's close the public session on number 16 and we'll go to number 17. B-strokes here, or I'm probably saying that very wrong. Sorry. LLC DBA Libertine at 684 Greenwich Street for Sidewalk Cafe. Norma has her hand raised.
Sorry. Okay, she's coming. Libertine, number 17, correct? That's what we're doing? so-
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. No, we're not. But we're getting there. We've done a bunch of these. We've
Our
done a
second
bunch of
one.
them, yeah.
Yeah, only 3 so far have not had any public testimony.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the only 3 of these have not had any. public testimony.
Norma,
Yes, I'm here.
go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. I won't dwell on the things that you've already picked up on, about the dimensions of this cafe. It does appear to me, in addition, though, that where they provide measurements for the sidewalk, they're measuring from the tables and not allowing for any service aisle. But I've submitted some photographs and some brief testimony that would also restrict the lateral extent of the of this cafe, because they have not allowed for both a primary entrance to the building next door, or to the same building, as a matter of fact. But apparently are seeking to put tables and chairs right up to that door. And they haven't allowed for or disclosed that there's a big traffic lamp post with a great big junction box that hangs over it, that is projecting out into the sidewalk even further than this hydrant that they have shown, that would require them to knock off at least one table from the next to the doorway. So I think if they can overcome the problems about the depth of the cafe, then I think they're going to have to shrink the width of it. I'd also like to bring to your attention something that the Department of Transportation has put out as part of its information booklet that has diagrams and drawings. And it has to do with something that has come up twice tonight, has come up before, and undoubtedly will come up again, and that's distance from a Siamese connection. If you look at the diagram put out by DOT, it shows to illustrate that kind of situation, and it has the cafe itself stopping 5 feet away from the Siamese connection, implying that the Siamese connection cannot be within the footprint of the sidewalk cafe, and it's not enough just to keep tables and chairs 5 feet away from it. So I just want you to be aware of that. It's not involved with the Libertine, however. And
Okay, thank you, Norma.
that's
Can I
all.
separate those comments?
Okay. I mean, this is another one that's less than 3 feet wide. It's only 2 feet wide. The sidewalk site plan is also cut off, part of it, which, yeah. But we would be missing the primary building entrance that Norma mentioned on Christopher Street. It's also, the site plan's missing a street light next to the hydrant, which is the triangle. And also missing the pedestrian ramp. Right now they have trash, or at least I think right now they have trash bins along the side. I'm not sure where those would go on Christopher Street if they had cafe there. But yeah, it's not ADA. Anything else?
Well, the funny thing is that when I measured the sidewalk, they claim it's 12 feet and I got a 12-foot and something sidewalk width, 8-foot clearance. That leaves 4 feet. So I don't really understand why they only are asking for 24-inch width, which I agree that 24 inches is not ADA compliant, but according to their measurements and mine, there's room for 4 foot of cafe.
Hold on. Well, they have the street light there. that's not on the plan. So taking into account all of these radii, how much room would there be that would be over 2 feet? Because looking at it here, it looks like it just,
The sidewalk at the pit, the tree pit, for instance, was 9 feet 8 inches. So that if in that location, take away 8 feet and there's not enough room for seating there. But they show a clearance there at the tree pit.
right. But I'm just thinking, you're saying that they could be wider than 2 feet here. But there's a street light there that they just don't have on the plan. But when you take into account that 8 feet as well, it seems like there wouldn't be any place where it could be ADA compliant, where it could be wide enough.
Where is the street light?
It's at the corner. Yeah, it's like kind of right at, it aligns almost with their entrance.
Oh, I see.
The lamppost or street light is 3 feet in from the curb. So that would mean there's 9 feet left.
So by the time you go out 8 feet from
Only
that.
one.
Well, the radius, and then the fire hydrant is 2 foot 5 inches in from the curb. And so 8, 10 foot 5. And
Furnishing zone, does everything.
so, yeah, that would be not enough left for seating in those 2 areas, for those radiuses around the light pole and the fire hydrant.
Right, and then the tree.
And then the tree pit, there's not enough room.
And then plus the 5 feet from the primary building, so.
That's, is that a residential entrance? I
looked.
the impression that it was office space upstairs, but I'm
I looked it up
not
and
sure. I didn't
It was.
verify that.
I'll double check, but I think it is. 143 Christopher Street.
It is residential. You can see somebody actually opening the door in one of my photos.
Okay. Yeah, there's the permit listings for it as well. So yeah, I'm not sure how this, with everything in the amenity or in the furnishing zone, I'm not sure how it could be ADA. How it could be wide enough.
Well, I think that if they did a scale drawing and accurate radiuses and so forth, there might be room for some pockets of seating that would be more than 3 feet wide.
So how do we want?
But it's what they're,
Yeah, I mean, what
they have presented
They
to
can
us.
show us a diagram that illustrates all the radiuses and everything.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but based on what we've been shown. Yeah.
That's right. Based on what they're put dimensions on the drawing, 24 inches, not only on the plan, but also in the down at the bottom of the, where it's the width of the sidewalk cafe is 2 feet. So, you know, we can't really approve this with that information. I have to call for revisions.
Okay. Okay, let's close if we're.
Well, I just want to add to our comments, they have never complied with having a barrier around their seating. And we don't want them to continue that. Even if they found the room for compliance.
Okay.
I walk by there all the time, every day.
Okay, closing public hearing number 17, and we already did 18 and 19, and we did 21, so the last one is 20.
Okay, that's the one.
Ma's Restaurant Inc., DBA.
I think Augustine still here.
That's
Augustine
not
is here.
name, but it's like, yeah. I don't want to say name, but.
We just reviewed this at the the same application for the liquor license application. And Brian brought up, so the context here is where we have the diagram, which we're reviewing, but the as exists current situation is with the scaffolding.
Right.
So the diagram all seems okay when we looked at it. I'm not saying you guys probably have other comments, but it was the dilemma of, coming into compliance with the rules while there's this temporary condition.
Which makes it difficult to navigate the whole area.
And that's where it was left off. And I think he said did he say he was going to address that? I think he did.
Well, first of all, he shows the scaffolding legs on the plan now in little red squares, which I don't think we saw in previous plans. But the dimension from the light, did we ask for public comment yet? I'm sorry if I were jumping.
All right.
You did, but.
Anyone wants to raise their hand to testify?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
No.
Norma, Augustine declined to be raised and he's not raising his hand, but Norma is raising her hand and she is back.
Okay.
Okay. I noticed that they have cut down on a number of tables that they're asking for, from the diagram that they submitted to the.
Norma, something with the,
Can you maybe move away from the computer a little bit, maybe?
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad to see that they have cut down the number of tables that they are asking for on Hudson Street. I'm confused though about how they're measuring things. You have to have a 10-foot clear path on Hudson Street, and they show 10 feet from this traffic light going in going into almost about halfway between these two tables that they have left put together. But then let me just back up. What they've measured for 10 feet is a straight line directly from the lamppost to perpendicular to the building wall. But then if you treat that 10 feet as a radius, it would cut right through the two tables that they have put together, right in where the footprint of the cafe would stick out. So I don't know. How do you measure the 10 feet? Is it only a direct perpendicular measurement to the building wall? Or do you have to treat it as a radius and exclude seating and a setup from everything within the radius? I don't know. That's my comment.
You're talking about the street light on Hudson Street where it says 10 feet of clearance directly straight forward, and then it turns into an 8-foot radius?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now Augustine.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's
decided.
Last but not least, I hope. Memory's a problem. This came up in the SLA hearing as well. Right now we have like 45 feet clear path only, and it's been like that for a long time. Is there any way to get them into compliance before this is further considered? I don't think that drawing is accurate. I don't see how they could have 8 feet and the table set up like that. Our experience with Wild, aka Slice, is that 2 tables parallel to the building gives you a 10-foot clear path on Hudson Street. And they're showing more than that because they turn one of the tables perpendicular. I don't think this is correct. I don't think it's providing the room that they say that it does. So can they set it up so that we can see that 8-foot clear path, assuming that the scaffolding has to be 8-foot clear path, not 10?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
Right now it's 5 and it looks exactly this, what they've got in the drawing. It's only a 5-foot clear path.
and the scaffolding's been there for a really long time, right? Going in Google Maps, it looks like it's been there since at least 2016.
Yeah, it's a terrible condition
Come
and,
down.
yeah, they say it's coming down this fall.
This fall.
Here's the other problem with Name is that we got people like Wild saying to us, why are other people getting away with it?
Yeah.
Right.
I have no answer for that. I can't get DOT to do anything about these people.
When they only had an 8-foot clearance before COVID, was that a problem?
It's never been great, that corner, but it's better than 5 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I thank you guys for your diligence on this.
Thank you. Well, I also verified that the existing clearance at that corner from the light pole is only 6 feet 6 inches to the barrier for the seat. And that's always been that way. It's not, it hasn't been inset or jogged. It's a straight line all the way down, parallel to the building, right to the corner. With the scaffolding in the way, it is less than 6 feet of clearance. So they, well, they presented this diagram at SLA. They have not changed. They have, they don't seem like they have any interest in doing it like this. But I also question all of these dimensions so that there's no, I don't think there's a rationale for an 8-foot clearance from the light pole if the light pole is right in front of the seating.
Right. Yeah, and also on Bank Street, they have indent, or well, from the signpost, which doesn't need it, but they have the bike rack clearance not shown as a radius there either.
That's right. That's right.
Don't need 3 foot anymore.
Right.
It's like it's-
On the added one.
Yeah.
Move it over.
We'll just talk by it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We still have a few BPs or
what do you think?
business sessions. We still have 3 business sessions, so.
Yeah.
Just to be clear though, just the perpendicular measurement from the street light in is 10 feet. So they do have the clear path, that what we've been told.
This is position.
And
Different from this.
no, it's about the same.
Yeah.
So it does have that, they've said that it's the direct straight line. And then they say, once you're past something that that's what we've heard from that's unclear.
No, that's what we've been told.
My understanding,
But that's what we've been
my understanding is that if it's directly in front,
Oh, the frontage.
then it's 10 feet all the
Radius,
way.
right.
If it were off to the
But,
side,
yeah, is a radius or
Yeah.
it's 10 foot?
then if it was off to the side, like
Outside of
over
the
here,
frontage.
Oh,
the cafe, no part of the cafe was directly across, then it would just be 8 feet, even on a regional corridor.
Right.
Which, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
I
maybe
think
they-
that's
but
how,
that's what
I think that's
they've-
how we've heard it and how we have applied it in the past.
But so that means that their diagram is incorrectly applied and incorrectly shown. Should be a radius and all this, so that their diagram
I don't know that.
is not compliant. So we can't approve this layout that they have shown us.
That appears.
I'm pretty sure that is what DOT is.
Okay.
On most-
So the only thing that, so the only
Even
thing
when I
that
was in agreement with it.
question here, there's 2 tables and 4 seats.
Right.
So that's it. That's the only problem. That's
Right.
there
Could
then.
ask them to
Yeah.
get rid of those 2
What?
tables.
Yeah,
On
or get rid of one table and push the other one,
Closer.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at almost all of the ones that we've
I don't know.
looked at today, if there's a street light there, it's always a 10-foot radius.
Yeah, circle.
You know, it's rare that we see them look like this.
So the issue is just that
That one.
1 foretop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on Bank Street, the
bike
8-foot
rack.
bike rack.
Where's the bike rack?
Oh,
I
it's,
see.
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
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 Well, so we're saying that in our notes that even on the Bank Street, it doesn't comply because when you reduce from these obstructions, have an 8-foot clear path, there's only 2 feet left.
I think that we have determined that DOT does not consider signposts an obstruction that need clearance. And so those indents that would leave 2 feet, 3 inches is not actually necessary.
Okay, so just the bike rack needs the radius.
Right.
So they could move that table closer.
Yeah.
Do those bike racks require permission from the building to install?
I'm looking at Brian.
Just
a question.
Bike racks require permissions from the building to be installed.
I mean, bike racks.
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Thank you, Mark.
Because they didn't exist in the past when they had a sidewalk cafe according to their diagrams.
Right, but that's amenity zone, furnishings.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that they didn't exist.
Bike racks. No, that's part of the DOT. Bailiwick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing on number 20. And Valerie, do you want to take over as discussion of district needs statement?
Oh, yeah. Is there anyone here that wishes to testify on anything regarding the outdoor dining program and what we should be addressing in the district needs statement? We're happy to take testimony on that. This is for the fiscal year 2027, which starts on July 1st, 2026. We are currently in fiscal year 2026. And the district needs statement is on the FY26 is on the CB2 website for anyone who wants to read it. And are there anything that this committee wants to put for the fiscal year 2027 budget priorities, either a capital or an expense budget item? I'm assuming not capital because we're not building anything. But if there an expense budget item that this committee wants to put in, if anyone from the public wishes to testify on either of those, we're happy to take those comments now.
Last year we asked for enforcement. Is that true?
Yeah,
That's exactly what I was gonna ask.
that is, yes.
That is the number one thing.
Keep that up.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that we need to say something about ADA requirements and outdoor dining cafes in the district needs statement. Everyone's in agreement on that. I would say that outside of asking for more funding for them to hire more inspectors, that would be maybe the other item in there for an expense item.
Augustine, let me just.
Sure.
Where should we take notes on this?
Thanks. Thanks very much. I never knew I'd get a chance to speak on this. You're absolutely right. Enforcement is the #1 problem that we have at the moment, even with the existing rules. So I'm wondering how one could put into a request to whoever to allow us or to have the city do it, to actually mark the legal spaces on the sidewalk where the sidewalk cafe can be. It can be done with very discreet marking. We've done it with Wild. I believe the Tavern did it as well, the White Horse, so they didn't put them in the right place. But Seattle has this thing where they put actual plates into the sidewalk that mark where sidewalk cafes can be. It would be extremely helpful for enforcement officers and for the community if it was clearly marked on the sidewalk. We did not have to police it. It's very clear for the people setting up and for people walking by where they're allowed to have a sidewalk cafe. If there's any way that you can get this raised up the flagpole at DOT, at the city, it would be extremely helpful to us.
So Augustine, at the same time, the board is advocating that there be no markings put on the sidewalk because we have illegal advertisements everywhere. And so it's difficult to say one type of marking is allowed and another type is not. So I just bring that up because that's been a big consideration in the quality of life committee.
That's why I think it has to be the official marking by the city. I mean, we're happy to do the markings ourselves, but I think it's better that the city does it. Literally put dots on the sidewalk. Restaurant owners are not allowed to put anything on. Absolutely, they should not be allowed to put anything on, but the city does it. It's very simple. It would take a crew 5 minutes at each location.
I know, but I think that there's a lot more than you just do it. I think a lot has to be changed for that because I think that the only markings that are allowed are temporary utility markings that show for surveyors, which show where gas pipes, water pipes are and other markings. So I think while it seems to on its face sound like a good idea, there's a lot that goes with that because we've asked in the past for that. That's why the requirement for a diagram that's created by an architect was a requirement in the past. So it was very clear what the markings are. And the issue is simply that they need to follow the diagrams, not, if they follow the diagrams, you don't even need to put any markings on the ground. So
yeah, that's I absolutely agree and I understand. And I was hoping for the same, but we have any number of places from Lavaux to Lavaux that simply are not in compliance and DOT is not doing anything about it.
Yeah, but I think that's more the issue is that they're not doing the enforcement. It's not.
Well, they could also
on the sidewalk because you could have the markings on the sidewalk and they still don't follow them. And you call DOT and they don't do anything, you end up in exactly the same position.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the difference with one of the problems with these places are they do one thing one day and then the other 6 days of the week they're all over the place. So anything that one can actually just walk up to the maitre d' or the manager and say, you are outside your zone, please pull it in, would be extremely helpful. If the DOT is not doing anything about it, at least we can. Right now, it gets into a major confrontation. We have to pull out tape measures. We have to say, and it has the potential of not getting at all friendly. And if it was just very clearly, this is where you're allowed, pull it in.
Well, each approved application includes a diagram that's on the city's website. And that's the diagram we're supposed to follow.
Have you tried talking to these people about being in compliance?
Well,
it's taken me 3 months with.
You're not an enforcement agent And anybody who comes into any business and starts telling them what to do is not the way that those situations are handled. It's generally handled through the agency, which is why agency, the pressure should be put on them to do the appropriate enforcement. I mean, that's who enforces the rules. And the problem keeps coming back around to the lack of enforcement. And that's, if they were enforcing the rules and they want to make the enforcement go easier, they could do that. But if they're just not doing enforcement, that's the problem.
I understand what you're saying, and I totally get what you're saying. I'll just speaking from an example, two examples that
I just deal with 20 years of having approved sidewalk cafes in this community board, and we had issue with maybe 2.
Because people used to also.
And so they followed the diagrams. And so ultimately it's about following the diagrams.
And having enforcement.
And having enforcement. And the reason that the previous program worked is because the Department of Consumer Affairs enforced the rules.
Yeah.
And so I just bring that out because we're jumping ahead all over the place. All the energy should be enforcement. And the program is just rolling out, but eventually, if there's enforcement, people will follow the rules. But creating anything that gives an out from doing the enforcement means that there'll never be enforcement. I mean, I think that's, they need to be responsive to the complaints and go out and do enforcement.
I 100% agree in that, but they're not DCWP, they're not an enforcement agency, they're a pothole agency. All I can say is that the 2 examples where it's been done, it works. That's all I can point to. It's helpful. I'm not saying it's necessary. I totally agree that enforcement would still have to be done. But it just sort of something gets clarified when it's actually marked where it can be. Because usually these sidewalk cafes are being set up by staff. They're not fully briefed. They don't know where to put it. They're just guessing it or whatever. For whatever reason, they keep pushing it. Anything that would just say, this is where you can be, I think would help. But whatever you can do. I really appreciate what you guys do.
Thanks for the comments, Augustine. They're appreciated as well.
That's interesting. I didn't know about that in Seattle.
I think the only other thing I would add is it'd be great if DOT could do an analytical exercise on, what they've been able to process in terms of applications and time to go through steps. And then also an analytical statistical exercise of 311 complaints and their ability to actually respond to them and what the outcomes are. So I think that would be one thing I would ask of them from the need statement or budget priority.
I think it'd be an expense priority to do a study on it. Right. So yeah, okay. All right, I may reach out for language, but I wrote notes on it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Great, so I think we're good on that. So let's go and then
into business.
We need to go into business session before we go into new business. So.
Okay, so we'll go back to number 1.
Yep.
Let's try to do this quickly. Okay, so JJW Lavaux LLC. Let's see what we got. In terms of modifications, we talked about changing the corridor designation to regional. Cut the wrong box check.
Yeah.
Label each building entrance at there's 630 Hudson, 632 Hudson. Label the clearances. Adjust the cafe accordingly. Commit to compliance with the site plan presented.
Oh yeah, they need to adjust the link, right?
Yes, and they're also right now they're operating.
They're operating completely out of compliance. They have the little wishing well on top of the tree.
Right.
Yeah, I've got that. Remove the wishing well from the furnishing zone.
And there's also
immediately
and the fake turf it's sitting on. The wood turf.
Okay, so,
I also put they need to remove, they need to correct the street name on the site plan. It says New York Street.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Okay. And then I have removed the sandwich board from the furnishing
Right.
zone. We'll remove sandwich board immediately. And then I cited the section 510(1) furnishing zone and no portion of the sidewalk. I literally just the language is in there, so. And then the umbrellas and the speakers, remove the speaker that is placed, the speaker is a speaker that is placed outside of the establishment, is that correct?
Yes, it's a small
It
black
says they will
speaker that is
remove-
placed in their doorway every single day.
Okay, well, okay, in the doorway. So the establishment, in the what did I say, in the doorway?
Right there, right, so that you kind of don't see it on the ground,
Oh.
that black box is there every day. For 5 years.
I'm okay.
Okay, and then I cited the section 510(I)(2), no musical instruments or sound reproduction or amplification, which is basically just language, it's the exact language from there, okay. Add the tree bed dimensions, the width and the length, right, to the site plan, and then the regular stuff, okay.
awesome,
That's
thank
ready to
you.
go tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Oh, there's a vote. Okay. All in favor, approval of modifications?
You're putting the vote in the notes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this was due on the 20th, so it's gonna be, I'm gonna give them until the 16th. Next Tuesday, to get that back in, so.
Okay. All right, moving now to GMT New York. This one seemed pretty simple. We talked about the second Chinese connection.
Wait, what about Naughty Gull? Oh, it's number 2, sorry, I have it wrong, okay.
Modifications, add the 5-foot clearance radius for the second Chinese connection on Bleecker Street, adjust cafe length accordingly.
Awnings.
Let me see. Check awnings box, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I put check the awnings box and they have to check all 4 check boxes that are directly underneath.
Okay. Okay, all in favor, approval with modifications?
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay, Naughty Gull, which is the Clam. We didn't have any modifications.
No, all I had-
ADA.
Yeah, all I had was the ADA on there.
Mhm. Okay, so all in favor of approval with modifications?
Aye.
Okay, the next one we have not talked about. This one is,
Oh, this one's a bunch of comments and photos.
yeah, I added a bunch of pictures. This one, I mean, their diagram, just looking at it, is off in a lot of ways. The transformer vault is much longer than it shows here. The tree bed looks tiny, but it's 4 feet wide. Both tree beds. They're showing 8 feet to the table, but they're also showing the sidewalk cafe width is 3 feet. There's also, it says cellar door remains closed. It's a vent. It's not a cellar door. And so that requires 1.5 feet of clearance. I feel like there's so many modifications. I don't know what they should do.
Well, one, I mean,
Which one?
yeah.
This is number 4.
125 hospitality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the pictures.
So I had missing vent and missing 18-inch clearance of vents.
Right, and so that, what they call a cellar door is actually a vent. It's like a grate.
So we'll check off the,
yeah, then there's the primary building entrance, but then in terms of actually how much room they have, I mean, because the tree bed is actually 4 feet feet.
Right.
Like the tree bed itself is wide, that's not including the curb. The remaining space from the tree bed to the building line is like 7 feet.
Right.
But they need 8 feet clear path, so that radius is.
There's only one
large.
sidewalk cafe here?
Yes.
Yes.
So just to establish the baseline, the sidewalk is 12 feet 2 inches, is that?
No,
Okay,
sidewalk is 11 feet.
so
So that's an
their
incorrect statement.
premise under the historic plans,
Where is this? Sorry.
which they had seating, it was based off of a premise that it was 12 feet 2 inches. I'd just bring that up as so we start with the situation where they had a sidewalk cafe before, where maybe measurements weren't accurate. And they kept having it, and now we have the plan in front of us. But we know the requirements have expanded, not contracted. So it seems a very aspirational.
Right.
That it fits. And then the other issue is that they accomplished in the prior program, this is one of the few places that accomplished the service was from the interior. So all the windows actually had to stay open. So now we've got the 3-foot space left. The measurements aren't right. You don't have the gradings, right, or anything.
What they have marked as a cellar door is a grade.
Right, so we don't have the proper.
So it's not a cellar door?
Not a cellar door.
Okay, so they need to
And
remove.
did you go and look at that? Is that how you
Yeah,
determine that?
yeah, it looks like this.
Yeah, you can see it right there, yeah.
Like it's just air underneath.
So when I say we'll remove the cellar door label on the site plan and correctly label it as a vent. Site plan.
I guess it's a vent. Is it a vent? It's a grate.
It's a grate,
Vent
yeah.
infrastructure.
Well, is that flip open?
Doesn't look.
I don't think so.
It's open.
I'm just asking.
But I'm just pointing out that it may not be a vent, so it may not need, it just, who knows how DOT. would
Vent
handle it.
infrastructure is utility vent poles, ventilator grates, subway grates, etc. So it's a ventilator grate, no?
Yeah,
Well, we don't know.
it's a grate of some kind.
Yeah, it's a grate of some sort. That's
Which I think would count for the 11 and a half, or, what am I saying?
and then previously that tree bed didn't count for them under the old rules. But under the new rules, it does count from the edges. So you've got all the radius requirements. This is one of those bigger setbacks off the back of the curb, right? I'm just saying these are some of the variables that I'm not saying, this is what we believe, but if you put in another however many inches, just to get up to the edge curve, I just want to make sure, because this is so many little things, right? Like that, if they interpret it different, I just don't want our comments to be dismissed. So it's.
Yeah, I see this fortunately being pretty straightforward on almost all aspects. Where there is no obstruction at the curb, you do have room for an 8-foot clear path from the back of the curb to where the cafe could start, leaving 3 feet for a cafe. So very.
How long would the run be?
Well, it's going to be interrupted because.
Right, no, but how
the tree
long
pit-
from the entrance to how far in would that go?
So am I
The
saying
transformer vault.
correct the incorrectly labeled cellar door and add
Yeah.
a vent?
Yeah, so the transformer vault goes from the edge of the entrance all the way to here, at this point, and it's like right up against, like you.
So that's
have
a,
3 feet here.
so that,
So that
right under
eliminates
your,
that.
right under your, where you're, if you move down just a little bit or go to the right, what's in the sidewalk, that's a transformer vault?
Yeah, and.
No, so that, right, then I'll go up.
Yeah.
Where's the transformer vault?
This is it. And
Right.
it goes all the way. You can
Right,
see
no,
it.
so what is the required distance from a
3 feet.
transformer vault?
3
And
feet.
how do you know that's a transformer vault?
Because they have pictures on the website showing what transformer vaults look like.
And so the distance from the northern edge of the transformer vault to the building line is what?
This distance from here to here,
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I didn't.
but I can
take a
say
look.
if you put 3 feet in there, you don't have much left,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm driving at. So even what you're saying, Brian, is, so if those are transformer vaults, that there's no discussion, right? If they're not transformer vault, then what Brian's saying kicks in.
And what is
Then I'm
Brian
saying is that the two comments we should put in case they're not transformer vaults. And the comment is, how far from the corner area can the sidewalk cafe run 3 feet wide before it hits the 8 foot from the corner of the tree bed?
Mhm. Also,
That's right, so the box where something could go is significantly
A
different
transformer vault.
than
A
what,
transformer vault.
Okay.
than what the plan is that's in front of us, because the plan doesn't show the tree pit.
Well, this is a good photo because we did measure the tree pit. It's 4 feet into the sidewalk. And the transformer vault, well, it starts actually even closer to the curb than that other edge. So there's, we know that there's only 7 feet from the tree pit to the building wall.
Right.
And just from those, knowing what those dimensions are, next to those transformer vaults, we can pretty well estimate that the transformer vaults are about 3 feet, 36 inches.
So the only space there then is to the left of the fire hydrant.
right, but then you have a
And-
1.5 here on all sides of the vent.
Right.
If, that's the only one I would
If it's
question,
a vent.
that one I'm kind of, is that?
But then you have the tree bed
So-
again.
Right, and then there's another tree bed here that's the same
So,
size.
so on their existing diagram that we have in front of us, it's missing all the transformer vault, the additional transformer vault, right?
Yes.
Or conversely, it's just not to scale. And that transformer vault includes 2 of them. So now I'm looking at it, actually looks like it's just not to scale. The tree bed is obviously not to scale. And then the 42 feet 6 inches may or may not be correct, but it doesn't, that second tree that's next to the sign on the left.
Mhm.
Yes.
Do we have a picture of what that looks like on the ground? Is that
Yeah.
a proper tree bed?
It's the same.
Yeah, it's-
Same thing. So if that's an 8-foot swing, I don't know what,
Well, again, it's only 7 feet from the tree pit to the building wall.
no, it's kind of what I'm saying is that they're not showing that because
Yeah.
they're kind of just saying,
That's right.
oh, this is from the tree. It's almost for this one that we have to mark these elements with photographs, I think, to submit back to the plan examiner because it's so off.
Yeah.
You know, if you take your photographs and key them to this diagram, I mean, I think they need to submit a new,
Yeah.
entirely new plan or drawing that includes the elements, because it seems, this has always been a gray situation here, and this is one of the few of the handful that had problems that the old district manager Gormley, had issues with. They played live music outside during COVID. So there's just like always these little things, right? Services from it's supposed to have been in the past from the closed doors, but they'd close the doors and still have people out there.
Better to add measurements of the tree pits.
So it's
I don't know. I mean, they would have to change it a lot.
Well, it's just the box that can fit in is significantly smaller.
Yeah.
That's
There being a service aisle and everything.
Yeah, you're saying that they don't serve from the entrance, they serve from the doors?
No, in the past.
In the past.
That's what they've said, but that
That's not to
means,
scale, and what are you asking them? to
well, that
do?
means that was in the past, so they could only have a compliant setup if the doors were open to the interior.
If I put on modifications not to scale.
No, the one beneath, add dimensions of tree pits covers it.
Okay.
And then the transformer vaults, right?
So is that what we're calling? Because
There's also,
I have them labeled as ventilator
No,
grade.
there's both. There's a transformer vault and then there's something else that's either just a grate or a ventilator.
Yeah.
grate. We don't know.
and then your picture had also shown, one of the pictures had another feature, I think. Is that what I saw?
So add missing transformer vaults?
No, it's not missing, it's just not the scale.
So there's some other, if you look at the photograph that is
I can't
marked
look at the
transformer
photograph, I have to
vault,
type it out.
this transformer vault, I wasn't necessarily, I was saying with Stella, the transformer vault photograph, there's
Yeah,
that metal pipe on the building.
Yeah.
Upside down U, which could be.
Isn't that no,
Event?
that's something. Isn't that a vent pipe or something?
Yeah, that could very well be a vent pipe.
Infrastructure.
Vent infrastructure,
Well,
because that's, that's the back trap, so water can't go
I
down.
will say that same thing is at Lavaux, right on the
Yeah, I
edge of
used to,
stairs. And I tried looking up what that was and I couldn't find anything that looked like that.
Add dimensions of the
Oh, okay.
transformer
for a while I
vaults?
thought it was
Yes.
like related to a Siamese connection, but it's not.
No.
I don't know.
But I don't know what it is.
No, it's some sort of a trap to keep water from going in. So, sometimes you'll see that on electrical connections that are on a roof line or something, or at a higher level, but this looks like it's to allow air of some sort.
Okay, how many more do we have to go through? I'm the one putting it on the form, so I've got it.
Okay, thank you.
How do they remeasure the clearance from the tree pits?
I mean, it's not accurate right now.
It needs, this is why attaching photographs of these would make it very clear. And if they're just like annotated, this is a pretty egregious violation, across the board.
What does this one do?
It was early, so probably the same, the 20th.
Add the dimensions of the tree pits at the site plan and remeasure what?
The 22nd. Remeasure
the clearance.
Clearance from tree pits to building line and, I don't know, like maintain 8-foot clearance from cafe perimeter.
That maintains the required 8-foot clearance from the cafe perimeter to the tree pit.
Yeah, and there's also the fire hydrant.
What am I doing about the fire hydrant?
I don't know if those measurements are.
I guess you have to tell me what we're asking them to do, because I'm putting it in the modifications literally right now, so it's gonna go off tomorrow morning.
Arturo is, language.
I'm just flipping back and forth. I'm going back to the.
And one more for the hydrant.
So you can open up the modifications and see what it says or there.
So
if you read it and you don't, if you're in that and they don't.
So there's the hydrant that you have has sort of this diagonal that goes to tables and chairs, but it's well within the 3 feet. So it's difficult to understand everything overlaps from the box they've created into the box. So that there's so many errors. As Stella started off saying, where do you start?
But I'm literally just like copying what.
I know, I was just editing one thing. Okay.
Because if it doesn't go in now, then it won't get done, it won't get.
And so what's marked as a cellar door, is that in fact a cellar door? It looks like that's the structure, right? So you have the hydrant, the 8 feet in the hydrant. I mean, the space just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And the edge of the other tree pit, what's the arc on that one?
And then after that, you have the primary building entrance. So I don't really see how this is feasible.
My concern is that you get to one part and it gets corrected and you forget all the other parts. So that's what I just want to make sure it's clear.
Well, I wish we could say that according to the information that we have, there is not any room for an ADA compliant cafe on the sidewalk, period.
I don't know if that's true, because there could be the smallest portion that could be wider than 3 feet.
I believe it's true from everything that I mean, we're starting with an 11-foot sidewalk. That means anything inside of that sidewalk, whether it's a fire hydrant or a light post, certainly a tree, would make it impossible to have a cafe.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but we haven't done the measurements. And there's a couple of variables within that. And if we say they can't, and then they can have it in one area, and then they don't further investigate the other issues. So for example, the only reason you couldn't have an ADA, it looks to me the only reason you couldn't have an ADA compliant is because of the cellar door, what they have marked as a cellar door. If that was in fact a cellar door.
Okay, got it.
And you could have it there, I think there's a stretch that's 8 feet long.
And if that's not a curved vent pipe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're saying that we don't believe there is room for a cafe, but if you supply these dimensions, and we just enumerated them.
Right, that's.
Dimension from the tree, dimension from the fire, dimension from, and defining that grate, we've defined the transformer grills.
Okay.
And define that other grate.
What's next?
That we think might be a void space there that could have some room. But, you know, they have to provide us with information, otherwise it does not seem compliant.
Okay,
to me.
so what are we voting on this?
So we have a whole list of measurements that they would have to provide to show.
I think it's a denial unless they come back.
Okay, great.
And, I mean, right, unless there's some other demonstration.
So denial with modification.
Well, I think it's a denial unless they can demonstrate otherwise, which I know that's, but.
So then it's approval with modifications.
We're not asking them to modify it, we just don't think it can be there, but maybe if they have a new diagram, but this diagram is just simply not acceptable. It's not accurate, it's not complete.
I think
we need to upgrade it, yeah.
And then leave comments.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we're
Deny
not.
and point out all the reason why it doesn't.
Okay.
But I think it needs to be pointed out why we're denying it, all those things.
This is so incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah.
That you can't approve it.
Yeah, I agree. I totally
vote with what we're voting.
Yeah.
Okay, denial. Okay.
Team Crazy Pizza.
Which we talked about not that long ago. Skittles.
Trips
I think
like
the
forever.
Crazy Pete said nobody had any issues whatsoever with.
Oh, just signage
Yeah.
radius. That was it, an ADA boilerplate.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so, all in favor approval of modifications?
Aye.
I'm a little, this one's tough for me because I think the community feedback was very negative. So I think I'm gonna vote to deny.
But I asked them all about the layout.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they were incorrect on their other statements. That it is the same operator,
Mm-hmm.
that there are no changes on the inside. They're allowed to
Aren't.
change their DBAs.
Okay.
Allowed
Allowed
to change the
their menu.
business.
So their big concern was about whether or not they had complied with what they needed to.
With the SL.
Yeah,
I mean,
with the SL.
basically, if they, you like, should they have come for a change of method of operation? No, because they're still operating as a restaurant, right? If they were operating as a nightclub, they'd have to do that, but that's not what they're doing.
That's not what.
They didn't
right.
make any, what Carter said before, they didn't move the bar, they didn't move the kitchen, they just did cosmetic
Okay.
changes on the inside, so they don't have to come for an alteration for that. And they all agreed that the plan was okay, and they weren't.
Some of the branding, there's ways, like in this case, you still have the primary principal and the ownership structure is all Tamara Group.
Mhm.
And if you bring in some small person, but they're the front person, it doesn't make it under substantively different ownership under that. And I think that even in the email that we got, it says, oh, I found that Altamira is the owner. They are the owner.
Mhm.
So.
Okay, I'm okay with approval with modifications then.
Okay.
Next one, Miznon. No, so are we all?
Yeah, all in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Miznon, Upper West Side LLC, doing business as Shmone, 61 West A Street. Not ADA compliant, in addition to.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of other things, bike rack, street light, something saying service will not cross the residential/commercial entrance.
Residential doors in between because they go through in the back, they connect in the back.
Right.
Wait, why'd you take that part out?
Because that's not a modification, that's just a statement. Two separate building lots?
Well, they have to submit two separate applications.
I thought they did.
Oh, yeah. Well, they do,
They don't
because they're two separate
No,
buildings.
he doesn't meet the.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay if they're
Site
separate.
plans? Are you saying two site plans or two?
Separate applica-
and completely separate applications?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
They're connected in the back.
No, they're connected through
But they're two buildings.
yeah, there's plenty of buildings that have connections between them that are opened in the inside the buildings. It's
They're
not
one business,
unusual.
one DBA, one food service, it's one.
Okay, it's all one
whole
thing.
Yep.
Only because it's connected on the inside, right?
Yeah.
And y'all verified that at SLA?
Yeah.
Okay.
They gave us plans, that's what their STIP say, they're operating as one business. And the patrons can go for an after dinner drink or wait in there as a point.
From
of
within
taking over.
side.
Oh, from within the inside.
From within side.
Okay.
They can also enter
Kitchens on one side.
there. They can enter there, but it's the same business.
Okay.
All connected on the inside, one DBA, we were very.
We're on number 6. Seems like we go back and forth on whether we send modifications for those that are not ADA. We want to deny and send modifications regarding bike rack clearance, streetlight clearance, and not serving across the residential.
Not been sending I mean, to me, it seems
Sometimes
like.
we do, sometimes we don't.
I mean, if there are things that need to be modified, I think we should send them because because we have this issue with the ADA, DOT may approve it, we still want the other modifications that if DOT doesn't agree with us with the
I mean, I'll
ADA.
take out the line that says if this form and updated site plan are not received by the deadline, the application will be denied, because it'll be denied anyways.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
that's fine.
Cool. Okay, all in favor deny with modifications?
Are you writing that down in the notes?
Yep.
Okay.
For trail stuff.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, going to number 7, which is the Village Restaurant Corp. LLC DBA Hudson Clearwater. Okay, modifications, adjust the clearance from tree on Hudson Street to from 8 to 10. Label primary building entrances on both Morton and Hudson. Again, will not serve by crossing in front of residential entrance. Adjust the sidewalk cafe from 7 feet to 6 feet wide on Morton Street because the sidewalk is actually 14 feet. What does this mean, Arturo? Limit frontage to garden area? Not in front of residential. Oh,
that
that's
top
in the site
table?
plan, right?
What are we asking them to do on that?
I think that's already covered in their site plan.
Is it like that small table that's sticking out from like the garden dining area? If that's a residential building area.
Are you talking about this one?
Yeah.
So remove table next to trash bin?
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Okay.
What does this one do?
The 29. What does this mean? No bus stations allowed?
No busing station?
Oh, busing, okay. Okay.
Busing?
Oh, yeah, we need to, if we have that question, then we need to explain what that is.
I thought it was an actual bus station. But yeah, busing station, cool.
Port Authority.
Okay, so, all in favor approval with modifications?
Aye.
So
That was for Village Restaurant.
we get it to
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
We'll see the
I
20.
I think on that one, that's the benches.
Oh, yeah, the benches, something should be said.
The benches are the issue.
So
I don't think we can approve it unless those are removed, period.
remove benches.
It should be, I think, a denial
Unless they come into
unless they
compliance.
remove those, because they've never removed them. Even pre-COVID condition, they continued completely and, didn't care. So that's, I think that's
the
the,
furnishing zone on Hudson Street.
right. I think that that's the only way to make a point that this situation,
They've also
Why do
had
they,
them on
well, it's
Morton,
also
right?
like, why do they get to have them? I mean, they don't have a permit. I don't think DOT issues.
no, they've never had them. That they've existed pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
So that's more the issue, that you can't just say, oh, we have them. Oh, they're not ours. Oh, they are ours. Oh, we are setting up tables. Oh, they're not our tables. Oh, it's somebody sitting there. Oh, it's, the clarity comes through this one time. And if there's seating, it's non-compliant seating because it's
Right.
seating and they're applying under a DOT program.
Right,
And if it is seating, it becomes an obstruction.
right.
It's not reflected on the plans, so it just continues through
Okay.
that if it's there, I think that we should be denying it unless they remove them.
Okay, so we can add,
I don't think we've ever done that before. If it's not on the plan, we're dealing with what's on the plan. We can make the comment about what has been observed there and what is not allowed. So that certainly can be with our
But that's
commentary or
No,
modification.
'cause
We
they
comment all the
have
time on
tree
stuff in the
pits,
amenity
then
zone.
There's stuff on like a tree pit.
Furnishing zone.
Yeah, they don't have stuff.
Mhm.
In the furnishing zone. Get seating in the furnishing zone.
Yeah.
Right.
We have plenty of those where we have actual photographs to this day of seating in the furnishing zone. But their application does not show seating in the amenity zone, furnishing zone. Then we make a comment that seating in the furnishing zone is not allowed ever. But the plan itself would be okay with modifications. It seems to be a pattern.
Is the bench different because they've had it there since pre-COVID and it's always there all the time? So it's not like a leftover COVID thing of people not complying, you know what I mean?
Things from the furnishing zone.
Yeah.
And if they don't
To get into
have that box.
compliance and all sorts of other non-layout related requests.
I mean,
I'm
those,
trying to understand.
that seating was, some of those benches were there in 2019.
If the table next to a trash bin, what, is that on Hudson Street or?
That's on
Morton
Street.
You gotta write that down, because I won't remember that.
Is that?
Okay, so what are we doing? Not,
Yeah, I mean, this.
I'm leaning denial unless, yeah.
This illegal seating goes back to November 2017. In fact, I think the board is a position asking already for the removal of these benches, and they never have. So.
But they added more.
Yeah, they added more.
Yeah, so we can do approval with I added language that would say, remove the benches by the time of signing the modifications. So when they, in theory, send it back.
Well, it's gonna say immediately.
Yeah.
So when they send it back and have it notarized, they have to be removed.
Yeah,
And it's, they.
Which is what we just did with the
We've had people
speaker.
give us signed modification, they did something and then they did it and we denied it, so.
Right.
There still was a denial, even though they returned them signed, so.
Okay, so this is approval of modifications. Okay. All in
I'm
favor?
still-
well, unless they
Sorry.
remove the bench, no?
Are we doing
We
a
added
denial
that as a
unless?
modification.
What's the difference between a denial unless and an approved with modification?
If they don't remove the bench, it becomes a denial.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm leaning with Carter.
But if we, vote,
What-
can I just get, if we vote to approve something with modifications and they don't return the modifications, then it's a denial?
Say that again?
If we vote for something to approve with modifications and they don't return the modifications, what happens?
It's a denial.
And then if we vote to deny unless, what does that mean?
I think
We've done
agree
two
to those.
different votes, so I'm trying to understand.
They have to agree.
To me, I guess one is a modification to their, like it's up to, it's correcting the plan, right? Denied modifications in my mind is like, you have a plan, these are the modifications we're making to it. If you don't-
Deny with modifications?
Or whatever you
Approval-
said is your
approval with
language.
modifications.
Well, we've done both tonight, though, have we
Right,
not?
but you just said one, you said with modifications, right?
we did.
So the one you said with modifications, I look at is there, here we have a plan, we want you to modify the plan. In this instance, it's not on the plan.
That's agreed.
We're asking them
Okay.
to do something, otherwise we're denying it. And I'd say that would be almost the same thing as with the speaker, it's not on the, but that's part of coming into,
Denial with modifications, we've really, I think, only used for the ADA ones where we're denying it anyway, but just in case DOT doesn't take that into consideration, we want the other modifications to
So if we
be.
vote to deny something with modifications, then even if they return the modification sign, it's still a denial. There is,
Right.
so if we vote to deny
Mhm.
with modification on this, there's no.
There's no
nothing-
approval, there's no path to approval.
Okay.
So we're leaning towards denial with modifications.
Yeah, so even in,
Denial, but we send modifications because we want modifications made anyway.
when these issued, the last time they came before the community board was November 2020. And this was pointed out at that time and they withdrew the application, but we even went to the extraordinary length of commenting on how out of compliance the existing situation was despite COVID, even above and beyond. So it's not an unknown.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, so denial, still send modifications. All in favor? Okay, moving on to number 8. French roast. And this one, seems like he would make the modifications, label primary building entrance. That's on 11th Street. The tree bed on 11th Street needs to be measured in an 8-foot radius. Okay. Adjust clearance from hydrant on 6th Avenue to a 10-foot radius. Remove busing station and boilerplate ADA. So it's the tree bed, the hydrant in the primary building entrance, and also add bike rack. Approval with modifications? Aye. Okay. Okay, number 9, Bureka LLC, DBA Buba Bureka. This one, we said boilerplate ADA, add thermoplastic marking from bike lane to site plan.
That doesn't update it, so.
I think the only thing here is to just add into it to ensure, it's some affirmative statement from them that the seating in those high stools and the tables will be ADA compliant.
Yeah.
Just had a.
Specifically that
Yeah.
phrase.
Yeah, because the barrier all around there is, I don't know what the minimum height is, but counter height seating to me inherently doesn't seem.
I don't know how somebody in a wheelchair would be able to sit.
I'm not saying that you can't reach things and stuff, but it just doesn't seem to me to be the compliant seating height. But what do I know? I don't know for sure. And maybe counter height is lower than I think.
And then I guess we're not gonna add it as a modification for them to adjust the width, but they will be adjusting the width to 7 feet 6 inches. All right, all in favor of approval of modifications? Aye. Next one, we have not talked about this one. This is John Dory LLC, DBA Market Table, 54 Carmine.
For sidewalk?
Yes.
Yes. The notes I have. The grate, I think it's actually a transformer vault, but it looks a little different than.
Number 10.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks a little different than normal transformer vaults. Let me share my screen.
Is sidewalk seating on both?
No.
No.
Just on.
Some Carmine.
So here's like a traditional transformer vault. This is what is there. So like it looks similar.
Yes.
But it's not exactly, but it also doesn't match these other things. So it has the hinge like a transformer vault. It just doesn't have that big box around it.
How much space does that need?
That needs 3 feet. And they just call it a grate. And because they only call it a grate, it only needs 1 foot 6 inches in their drawings, but if it's actually transformable, then it's 3 feet.
That takes 1.5 feet off of their
Right.
sidewalk cafe, which makes it.
Well, the other half of it is ADA, so on the other side.
Oh.
But yeah, they have weird math. This is that the sidewalk is 15.5 feet. with 10 feet clearance, but a 6-foot cafe. So that should be 5.5 feet wide cafe. That's pretty much
They
it.
say 8 feet at the bottom.
Right, so that's on there too. Adjust width at the bottom of the site plan. And then standard ADA. I think they, at least in the past, they've had planters on Bedford.
Yeah.
Like here. Planters there, which they should not have. I don't.
Don't they,
have them right now.
they just have planters, no tables?
Yeah. I don't know if they still have that, but. Okay, so, approval of modifications, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 11 is San Fernando.
These are the steps, you know, the.
Oh, the platform.
Platforms.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a deny in my mind, but again, we can talk about possible modifications. We talked about a lot of things that he would need to check into, everything from roadway to removing the platform. It's, but it's not for us to know anything with.
I'm at a denial.
Work.
What did you say? You?
I'm denying. I mean, it's a platform.
Yeah. I think this is one of those things for the district needs statement, also like maybe talking about platforms, maybe talking about the Little Italy district, if they could just take another look.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, it just goes back to what, you know, that it doesn't comply with existing rules and whatever contortion they do to try to make it. But it's also a step. What are the safety features that need to be added in? What would be where they kick in? What would be where they don't kick in? It's not ADA compliant on its as a brand new program.
Yeah.
You know, this space could have had a sidewalk cafe before, but it didn't. Why? Oh, because they had to all be flush with the curb. So if its location couldn't have had it before in the old program, but now can, it's not ADA compliant. But if you were building anything new, it would have to be ADA compliant. So
I would just like for them to give us clear guidance on that is essentially what I'm getting at. But yes, I'm also denying.
And if they're going to waive anything, they should give us the clear
specification. Yeah.
Clear guidance.
Yeah.
Back on Hudson Clearwater, when we're saying adjust clearance from the tree, you mean like the tree pit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, always.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
So we deny on this one?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of denial?
Aye.
Okay, next is
Automatic slims.
automatic slims. Let's see. Okay, boilerplate ADA, check awnings boxes, add 8-foot clearance radius between tree pit and cafe perimeter, adjust length accordingly. Maybe they can only have one chair or / table by the entrance if it fits, but we're not really sure. And adjust location of tree pit for accuracy. Because right now it's, yeah. Okay, all in favor of modifications?
I'm gonna be a deny on this one just based on the community feedback.
Okay. Can you mark that in there? All right.
Yeah, I can do that, of course.
Okay. Next up is Piacere Enterprises. LLC DBA Piacere 351 Broome Street. Our only modifications have to check the box to regional corridor, add dimensions to the tables to be sure that the sidewalk cafe the tables will fit within the sidewalk cafe.
We think so. That's the one where he has to decide what tables he's using,
Yeah.
because he had other ones
No.
before.
Okay, all in favor of modification, approval of modifications?
Aye.
Aye.
That's the only one I looked at.
Shake Shack. Number 18, Shake
I have to
Shack.
say that they have had the perimeter,
Yeah,
when I've gone by there a bunch of times.
yeah, I mean, what I have here, boilerplate ADA, checkbox S20, or the transformer vault, indicate clearance. It's on the site plan, they just didn't check the box. Same thing with hydrant, they just didn't check the box. Add second street lamp to the site plan. There's another one, indicate the apron clearance, and then also the pedestrian ramp on Clarkson Street, add that clearance as well. And I guess start saying as radius for all of these. Any other thoughts? All in favor, approval of modifications?
Aye.
Okay, citizens of Soho. Our modifications are to adjust the location of the tree pit for accuracy, indicate 10 feet clearance as radius between edge of tree pit and cafe perimeter, adjust the cafe length to maintain clearance, which really means remove seating to the south of their entrance because the tree pit doesn't allow for seating there. And then boilerplate ADA.
It just, they received fines, is this the place?
Yeah.
So that is available for us to make comments on, right?
Right.
The one to get fined.
Yeah.
No.
By the Department of Transportation,
Paid to $500.
finding out.
Yeah, hopefully I
Seating,
can pull
so-
out what the exact language was, because they cite the specific rule. It's not, the ticket's not showing up for some reason.
So I just think that we should be commenting, because I think the commission is pretty egregious, as you showed in your photographs.
Very egregious.
And it seems that there's not an interest
Get their act together.
in getting it together, and it's not, we've heard is that thematically tonight several times, and we've heard this at, for liquor licensing, our staff didn't know. But that's a failure to supervise, on the premise.
Well, it's
and
like
communicating, and we've been through enough changes in the last year for this program, right, as we've gone forward, that I think we're at a point where the failure to supervise rolls up to the management. And so for that place, if they've been fined, if they continue to be out of compliance, that's a willful act.
Yeah.
And I think that we need to raise that to the attention, because the purpose and the purpose of the rules and the low fines is to give people
A chance to come in.
the chance to come into compliance.
Within 30 days.
And if you haven't done that and you're getting fines, it usually means you've done enough stuff. I mean, I know I'm just saying that, but it's just, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we'd like to assume people are trying their best.
I'm trying to remember, maybe this was something from before the rules were actually published when we were still commenting. There was something about how there was some loophole, like employees couldn't be, or the restaurant couldn't be held liable for.
It's in the rules.
It is.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm trying to find it, but I don't, it was something that like gave them an out, like if their employees are not setting it up correctly. I remember talking about it forever ago.
I remember too. I'm gonna find it.
I mean, if anybody here supervises employees and they don't do something correctly.
Yeah, and that's what.
Wash their hands,
I remember
cook
reading
food,
comments about it way back.
I mean, and just in any other type of business, what happens?
Right. Yeah, I'm leaning denial on this one as well.
Yeah, I've leaned, I'm denial.
Okay.
What about everyone else? Anybody want to approve with modifications?
No.
All in favor of denial? But are we still sending modifications? Yes.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. Okay, after that is number 16 Analog LLC, DBA Analog 19 West 8th Street. And our modifications label the two primary building entrances, indicate the 5-foot clearance between edge of the door, edge of cafe perimeter, adjust cafe length to maintain these 5-foot clearances, check the box for primary building entrance, will not extend cafe beyond storefront, because they continue to do that. Arturo, is this for them to re-measure their sidewalk width?
Yeah, that was based on the commentary that was given from Brian, I think.
Does that mean that they have to change the sidewalk cafe width as well? Yes. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter because it's not.
I think maybe it's just labeled it. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. It's an 8-foot clearance here, or 10-foot, thank you.
I think that, I've observed, walking with other people, I've observed with Donna, just sort of some of the egregious setup here over and over and over again. And I think that we have to have a consistent position on this because this is the type of egregious setup that we're going to be hearing again, which is for the liquor licensing. And if we are saying do all these modifications, yet we've seen just like grossly out of compliance. There's a handful of operators, maybe there's not a whole lot, but we do have some that are grossly out of compliance, and this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And next week I think we have 4 items at the Liquor Authority that involve sidewalk seating. And so it's an opportunity for us to have these discussions with an agency who's more interested in behavior, but also out of compliance behavior.
Yeah.
So if we don't outline out of compliance behavior and say in the more egregious cases, it makes it more complicated. And so, for example, Oleo is one of the ones. They're setting up all over the place. And there's a couple others as well. Spring Lounge is up there for like super narrow seating. Which are the other 2?
Parcel, Parcel for the non-ADAs. The other one, and Boucherie.
Because if a government agency is approving something that's not ADA compliant, I think that they assume some culpability in the liability, and that's what we want to raise with the Liquor Authority, with the state agency, because we haven't received assurances from the city that it's in fact, they won't comment on it or provide any guidance, but how can a government agency approve something without that being demonstrated by somebody? In what we have before us, where does somebody sign that says, yes, this is ADA compliant, and takes that responsibility on themselves?
This follows both city and federal laws. Yeah.
But nobody says, I'm the one who said it's ADA compliant. It's not on the application. So there's culpability for everybody. And so that's the question we want to raise. And I think that the Liquor Authority, it's not an unreasonable question. And it's very narrow, but in this particular case with this one, it's just bad behavior.
Yeah.
And that goes to supervision. And, so I think that the city rules were meant, I'll give significant benefit of a doubt of some small out of step stuff, but putting out an extra 8 tables.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Furnishing zone.
Is a big difference than, you have a table
too far out, you know, or it was a little wider or whatever. I think next week we'll get some more answers on how we proceed, but unless we are consistent in this, I think it's difficult to roll this concern up.
Yeah.
And I also think it's difficult, and I certainly, you know, and one of the things I was saying to Augustine, you know, I don't think that people should be the police, right? That's why you have agencies to do enforcement. But neighborhood organizations and neighborhood businesses should have some dialogue, right? There's an expectation of certain dialogue, not, oh, this is the rule, that's the rule, that type of thing, but a dialogue. And it was disappointing to hear, you know, from Cormac, there's not a greater conversation or ability, you know, because I don't think Cormac was getting down to crazy specifics, and not crazy specific, but just, you know, really narrow specific. He was just saying, what is this?
Yeah.
You know, which is a very different question.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna deny this.
I guess. But we should lay out the reasons,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
And it's hard because, oh, you have to follow the law, then we'll approve you. I mean, that's kind of that's not a great way. If you follow the law, it's not if you make a tweak or, you know, this was a little bit out, but this is like,
Right.
you know?
Yeah. Agreed. Okay, all in favor for denial?
Aye.
Okay. Number 17, Bistro, how do you pronounce Bistro Tea?
Yeah, Libertine.
Bistro Tea?
Can we talk about that one?
We did.
Yes, quite a bit.
What we said. Okay, we said add streetlight site plan, add 8-foot clearance and adjust cafe dimensions accordingly. Because they were missing that. Check the box for that. Add the primary building entrance at 143 Christopher Street and use a barrier. Which again, like shouldn't even have to be on there.
It shouldn't, but they've been practicing without
Yeah.
For so long that I guess I feel a need to remind them.
Yeah, and this is also not ADA. It's only 2 feet wide.
Well, and that was a big part of our conversation. According to my dimensions, my measurements,
It's even shorter.
they have more than 2 feet for a cafe, besides where the tree is.
Besides where the tree is, where the hydrant is, and where the street lamp is, right?
Yeah, but it's not like the Groove where it was so close to one another. I think there's some substantial rooms. There's substantial room for cafe seating because, first of all, they have much more than 24 inches to show. And number two is that the spacing of what the tree pits and the hydrants and all that are far enough apart that I believe that they would have some clusters of seating left. So
But I would say they're not showing us a diagram that shows us that. They're showing us a diagram that's less than 3 feet.
Yeah.
So either they can modify the diagram to give us accurate measurements so that we can,
Yeah, so.
say, but what they're showing us is not what we're all describing.
Yeah, I mean, the 8-foot clearance from the tree bed radius would probably go what, to like
The middle garbage
here?
can almost.
And then
Right.
from there, the hydrant 8 feet takes over, which overlaps with the street light.
Right.
And then on the other side of the tree bed is this primary building entrance. I mean, this is a wide
reason-
gap,
Yeah.
but
The reason that
it's wide.
this is not the same as a narrow sidewalk that you cannot find any room for ADA compliant cafe. This has a wide enough sidewalk that it opens the possibility in a way that the
Where
others.
bus station is.
Like right here. One table could go right there in between these two overlapping radii. So like this one would probably end here.
And then where would the demarcation go?
Right, how do you act?
And where-
How do they act?
how would you get the food down there without walking in?
Right, and there still wouldn't be an accessible route to get to that table.
I don't see it.
But I'd go back to saying that the drawing that we have, it's not, it just seems to me that DOT is going out of their way to try to make sure that everybody can get as much as they can get. And this is the drawing that we have. You could ask them if the drawing is accurate because it doesn't show, because it's not.
Yeah.
Right.
Time to ask people if it's accurate.
Right.
Yeah, so
So it's
just like, as I was saying, even at the light pole, there is room for an ADA compliant seating area against the building. There's enough distance between the light pole and the building to have an 8-foot
What is
clear
the
walk
sidewalk?
and still have over 3 feet.
What is the sidewalk width? I mean, I don't know. Just looking at the pictures, it seems, hold on, let me share my screen. Is there really 8 feet and then 3 feet here?
I'm like, no.
Well, for instance, at the tree pit, there is 9 feet 8 inches between the tree pit and the building. So that's not enough for seating, but as soon as you get away from the tree pit, then it opens up to room for seating.
Until you get to the hydrant.
No,
Has not always been there.
the hydrant is only 2 feet 5 inches in. The light pole is only 3 feet in from the curb.
So from here of the street light to the building is how much? Would that be?
That trash can's not.
Would be,
I bet it's not there today. Am I right? It's so weird
well,
to see a trash
that's
can.
portable. That's portable.
Yeah.
We don't have any
So anyway.
dimension clearance for
Okay.
trash bins.
Yeah, because right at that corner, it's saying 11.9 feet on the borough map
11.9 feet.
width, sidewalk width.
9 inches.
It gets wider, but right where that pole is, the borough map says 11.9.
This is 3 feet in. Here's 3 feet, so then you're saying
So
minus.
let's just keep it simple for ourselves because we're not solving this problem. We're simply, we can deny with modifications. And the modifications would be to accurately show the dimensions from the light pole to the building and the hydrant to the building and the tree pit to the building. Like I say, the rest of the areas is wide enough. I think they can show that there's some rooms. But we don't have, what they have shown us right now, we can't tell that there is enough room, so we have to deny it. That's what I'm saying. We have to deny it from the information they gave us. But with modifications, they might be able to come back with a solution.
So do you want to
Send them,
approve with modifications?
Deny with-
No, denial, I think,
Okay.
denial and some.
Denial and modifications. Comment that with accurate measurements, there may be pocket.
But we still end up, well, no, I'm just saying though, you still, even with that pocket, they don't have,
Mine is saying that the pocket can be at the
no.
entrance.
At the entrance, okay.
There may.
Right, okay.
Okay, so denial. Send modifications. All in favor? Okay. Okay, next we have 18 8th Street Wine Bar. I'm sorry, wine cellar.
he's the one with the white fence, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't have that measurement.
I mean, it all pretty much comes down to that and whether what's that resulting space and what would be okay if that was the entryway into that. And it seems some of the measurements aren't quite so clear.
And also say that there is like a foot of space between the white gate and the perimeter. That's not an accessible route.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Unless, in that instance, if he shortened the cafe to keep it further away from the fence, if he didn't start it right there, where you had an accessible route in and could turn. Since we're redesigning everybody's. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
So what do we?
I mean, we have other modifications like do not extend seating beyond storefront, do not place seating in furnishing zone based on Cormac's photos.
Yeah, I need to send them that. Well, that way when they hear about the denial, then they'll know why, right?
I'd be in favor of deny with modification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, denial, but still send modifications. All in favor?
She said they didn't do a code that.
Okay, next up is Joe Rach Incorporated DBA Cafe Palermo. This was another non-ADA and we didn't really get that far.
What did she say about the roadbed?
She said that they didn't apply for a roadbed.
So,
but if they can't have the sidewalk, they might go ahead with roadway application.
So interesting that for the SLA committee, from a different attorney, we had an application for the roadbed.
When was that?
Why did it go to y'all and not? That's happened before though.
I mean, we had one.
I'll just try to look to see if
Wait, maybe you're right. We did see that. Hold on. Was it for Cafe? Oh, we did see that in February. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
We heard that at the February meeting.
This application?
For the roadway. She
Oh,
said
the
we
roadway.
weren't applying, but I think she
is mistaken.
Yeah.
Or maybe there wasn't a client at the time.
Maybe,
You know.
someone, Michael Kelly told her no to the sidewalk and they went elsewhere.
Okay.
Well, this is Gina, I mean,
It's Gina. That's
she-
different firm.
That's what I'm saying, but Michael Kelly is the one who's been handling the roadbed, and most of these on Mulberry Street
Yeah,
is
maybe.
usually Michael Kelly.
Right.
So,
Okay,
knows,
so
that's who gave us the roadbed application.
we didn't actually have any other modifications. There's no PBE issues. It's only 3 tables.
Okay.
So I guess we can deny and not send any modifications. Because there are none.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
Aye.
We're in 20?
Yep.
Yeah.
Almost there. Can you
Mimi.
believe it?
Yeah, this was
You gotta be back up
this was a popular night for,
Public comment.
yeah,
Mhm.
almost each one had
Somebody.
something to say about it.
I mean, also, I feel like I think people may just be like at their wits' end with like the bad actors and non-enforcement
This is
and
the one where it's got the seating on Jane?
Hudson
No, it's
and
on Bank, it's
yeah.
the Bank.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they.
There's a scaffolding
just-
too.
Just to say, they've been there for, what, 16 years or
Yeah.
something like that. They've had a sidewalk cafe on Hudson Street only for all of that, most of that time. So as much as he's not complying, he's sort of setting up the way he's always set up, and we didn't receive, I mean, Carter, you don't know of any complaints. We didn't, I mean, this isn't someplace we always got complaints. If this wasn't egregious during COVID, and I don't think there were a bunch of complaints about it when they were operating pre-COVID.
Mhm.
So I mean, yes, he should have, and we told him that at SLA, that he should come into compliance with the scaffolding, and I'm.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that that one
there's 2 tables and 4 seats.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the issue, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's on.
Like the main,
Adjusting.
I mean, this is what's difficult is that there's always been an 8-foot clearance requirement here. There's been scaffolding up for a long time, whatever.
Yeah.
That is, it's coming down, but you know.
Horrible for business.
Yeah.
With some of the adjustments, even with the wider requirements, he's still able to roughly have the same number of tables and chairs.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
if.
but with the pickup
keeps
on
that-
Bank Street, he'll have the same, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
As opposed to when we looked at it at SLA, we thought he'd only be adding 1 table. Now it looks like he'll be.
Well, if
not,
he's taken
but-
out.
Yeah, he'll have to take out, yeah.
And that's less of a squeeze on Hudson, which has so much more traffic, plus the scaffolding.
Right.
Okay, so approval with modifications.
And the modification is that 1 table.
The adjust clearance from the street light to be 10-foot radius, adjust cafe dimensions accordingly. We can put like a sub tab, reduce
Remove table.
4 top to 2 top. Or
whatever works. I don't know.
Remove the 4 top.
Yeah, I think just remove 4 top.
remove 4 top table.
And then he has to move that table east on Bank Street, I think, because of the
Right.
bike rack. or
Bike rack
something.
things, yeah.
Yeah,
But it looks
Got
like
it.
it should still fit.
yeah.
Okay, I'll put it right there.
Yeah, and that's it. Adjust, yeah. Okay, check furnishing boxes. Approval with modifications. Okay.
Last but not least.
Okay,
This one, were they gonna get us a new diagram on this, or how did we leave the status of this? I mean, we had, the diagram we have.
Well, so here's something for this, right? This is why we're stuck in this, right? A bit, where we put between 2 different things. The box is the box for the roadbed.
It's only 4.5 feet.
And it's only 4.5 feet. The issue is this is some crazy diagram with like diagonal 6 tops.
Yeah.
That say you're gonna fit into this 4 feet wide thing.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have a diagram that's a little bit more closer based to what could reality in there. Because we would like them to be able to use the same diagram for other agencies, you know, i.e. the liquor authority, but this is also to roughly have the diagram that's in compliance, you know, with sort of reality, so that when somebody does go to look it up on the website, that it's reflective of what's there. And instead, the confusion is they can say, whoa, it says we can have all these tables and chairs when they don't remotely fit in the manner in which they've suggested.
No, we're on
21.
Yeah.
And then modification could be revised table configuration to be realistic to what can fit
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
network.
yeah.
Within a 4 foot wide,
Yeah,
because once you take out the little.
I mean, they won't even have.
Yeah.
chairs
water
in
fill
position.
or- I mean, we still haven't gotten clarification, even though everybody's built them, that those metal containers, you know, looking ones are legal.
Right.
Because when Penny did a walkthrough here, he said, oh, no, those aren't legal. It's like,
The metal one?
yeah,
Like
it's
the-
like a majority of them are those metal ones,
Those
so.
are companies based. Are they
Why-
not listed on their website?
Why, I'm just saying that as somebody who's probably reasonably knowledgeable about the program since he runs it, to say that,
Yeah.
you know, these aren't okay after he saw them out in the field a couple months ago is kind of hard to understand, but the reason I bring that up is because if this is in fact 4 feet wide and there's supposed to be a water filled barrier,
There's not much room in there.
there's not much room, you know, and the base of those things are like a foot at least, right?
Yeah, and to have the chairs facing in this orientation,
That's not even.
people are gonna be sitting on the sidewalk.
Also, to still be getting the kind of feedback, we heard them like 2 months ago and still be getting feedback that they're not in compliance, that they're operating in the furnishing zone, that they're going beyond their frontage.
Have they been operating in the furnishing zone? Did we hear that with them?
Or-
I thought.
Yeah, they have at their other locations,
Yeah, I
right?
thought they were.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, also just to say, this was the original site plan that we saw. It also had a diagonal 6 top, but it has the same, like the same number of,
Tables and chairs.
yeah, even though it's almost half the size. They, because they had to take a table out here, they added it into this one. Okay, so, I mean, this.
To Carter's point, the box is okay, but we'd just like
Yeah.
to see a realistic.
This also has an FDNY waiver, which we've denied.
Okay.
But we can still send the modification to revise.
Yeah, I think, because when it comes to SLA, also, the other point is it would be nice to have drawings that match our
Okay.
works.
Okay, so all in favor
Are we-
of denial?
Aye. Any new business?
How many applications did we get yesterday?
Only 2.
And how many the week before? How many are set for our next meeting? Like 3 the week before, I thought Mark said, or something like that?
No, we
No. That ones we got last week, we heard tonight. Yeah,
Wow.
we're all cut up except for 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other new business?
Yeah. Where's the clicker?
Is there a motion?
Good night, everyone.
So moved.
Second. Okay.
Oh, the district needs?
We talked about it.
I wrote down notes in the same
What do I need to do?
drive folder.
Just go over, to use
Here?
that, and, yep, and, thank.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Good night. Get some